Hey, Hanya. 1 second.
Hello.
Hey, Uri, how are you? We're ready to get started. So just a quick thing before we jump in. If you guys want to join the Zoom like Hanya did, in order to just be able to see the live stream, in real time, you could do that. We're gonna focus on specific speakers when they talk. For example, like this, like I just did with Uri. So anytime if you want to jump into Zoom, you can ask Hanya how to do it, and yeah, with that, I think we're just going to get started. It looks like, oh, did we lose Colonel Jeff? There we go. For some reason, we're having some trouble getting him up as speaker. It looks like he's speaker right now. Can you hear me, Colonel Jeff? Okay. All right. So with that, let's get started. I want to welcome you guys today to the event, Threat Assessment, Military Movements, Iran, Turkey, and Hezbollah. We're going to get into the latest developments in the Middle East. Hang on 1 second. Just gotta turn off any phone calls. All right. Sorry about that. And we're going to talk about some military activities, strategic moves by Iran, Turkey, and Hezbollah, as well as the United States and Israel. There's a lot of tension in the region, and we're going to try to understand a little bit what's happening. We're very lucky to have a panel of very interesting speakers today. We'll start with Uri. He says he's just an Israeli with opinions, but you and I both know that there's a lot more to this gentleman than he cares to admit. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Uri Kurlianchik. And we have with us as well Colonel Jeff. 1 second, let me see. Colonel Jeff Fish, we're also very privileged to have with us today. Jeffrey Fisher is a retired U.S. Air Force colonel who spent 30 years in the military, including 7 combat tours in key roles at the Pentagon and other locations. After wrapping up his career, senior position at NATO in Belgium, he transitioned to writing. And now he's not only an international security journalist, but also a successful author of military thrillers. And he's been compared to Clive Cussler, who I'm a very big fan of his work. I think my favorite book of his was Sahara. You might have seen his articles in places like The Hill, Politico, and Newsweek. These days, Jeffrey lives in Austria with his family, and you can check out his website at jeffreyhfisher.com and check out his books. Last but not least, we have Andreas with us from Greece. I'm not going to try to say her last name, Andreas, because I don't want to be kicked into a bottomless pit like the Persian emissary in the 300. So I'll just move along and say Andreas is a political scientist and journalist with a deep focus on Middle East and Turkish security and politics. He's all about analyzing the tricky stuff like hybrid warfare, homeland security, any kind of security when it comes to Greece. Andreas has written plenty of articles and papers, and he's a regular interviewee in outlets like Al Arabiya and WION News, Greek news channels, and when it comes to Greek and Turkish relations. So if you want to read about his work, just check out directus.gr. That's his website. So with that, I think I'm going to hand it over to whoever wants to take it next. What's going on in the Middle East? Is Andreas, you want to start?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me? Okay. Also in YouTube, we're okay?
Oh, should be good, yeah.
Okay. So about the Middle East.
Excuse me, if I could just interject there for a moment. I do apologize. I want to send greetings to everyone and appreciate this space as it's happening. But I needed to let you know that I am getting messages on the Zoom site where there are a number of people who are saying that they cannot hear anything. And you may know some of those people, Dan. They're, I think, very close to you. And they're all claiming that they can't hear a word. So
they have to be inside of the. We're all muted on Zoom, so they have to be inside the Twitter space for the audio.
Yes, they claim that they are, but I will ask them then to leave, go into the Twitter space, and then return to Zoom. Are those the correct instructions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And again, my sincere apologies for the interruption.
Oh, no worries. That's fine. No big deal. So I think we'll jump back to Andreas. Why don't you get us started? And then I got a question for Colonel Jeff.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm okay?
Yeah, all good.
Okay, thank you all very much. I would like to start, and we spoke about this with Daniel. I want to begin with Turkey's role in this crisis, and we have to discuss about this role of Turkey in this crisis in the Middle East. And we have to show in the whole world how Turkey supports Hamas and how Turkey also supports Muslim Brotherhood. Muslim Brotherhood and Turkey and Hamas is the same, of course, and they are doing provocative actions against Israel the last years, but not only against Israel, but of course against Greece and Cyprus. And we have to see what is happening from 2009 when Erdogan, if you remember, walked out of a panel with Shimon Peres in Davos after accusing the former Israeli president of killing children. Fake news by Turkey, of course. And if you remember, in 2010, a Turkish aid flotilla tried to break the blockade of Gaza, leading to a deadly Israeli raid and years of cold peace between the two countries. We have to see that Erdogan supports Hamas the last 2 decades, and of course support Muslim Brotherhood, as I said before. Erdogan's ideological ties to the global Muslim Brotherhood network, they have a lot of roots with Brotherhood from 1970s, and Erdogan has a lot of connections with Muslim Brotherhood the last years. So we have to see what Erdogan tries to do in this conflict. He wants to destabilize the Middle East with these proxy organizations, Hamas and Hezbollah. Don't forget that the leadership of Hamas has a base in Turkey and also in Qatar. Also, Erdogan supports Hamas economical and with some weapons. Don't forget that Haniyeh, we had seen Haniyeh a lot of times in Turkey and also in Qatar. So Erdogan ties with Hamas is very big. Also, we have to know that Turkey trying to have closer ties also with not only with Hamas but also with Mahmoud Abbas. And don't forget that Mahmoud Abbas will be in Turkey in the following days. So Turkey tries and weaponize Hamas in order to destabilize Israel. And Erdogan wants to show in the whole world that is the protector of the Muslim community. But this is fake, because Erdogan is trying to destabilize Israel and the Middle East, and he's trying to show that I'm here for you, and I will protect Muslim world from bad Israelis. So for Erdogan, it's not secret that he loves Hamas, that support Muslim Brotherhood, and he's trying to make an Islamic network in order to create a new world and an Ottoman Empire in the whole area of the Middle East. And in recent years, also, Turkey is making a lot of provocative statements against Israel, as we know all. Don't you remember what Erdogan said before 2 weeks against Israel? He said that I will invade in Israel. Okay, this is bullshit. But we have to see what is the role and what Erdogan want to do in the whole area. And Turkey, with Hamas and Hezbollah, want to destabilize the whole area. Okay, and also with Iran, they want to create a big conflict in the area. But I think that all these plans of Erdogan will stop, because Israel is a very big country. It's very strong, a strong country, and I think that Erdogan will not be able to destabilize the whole area. And also, don't forget to see that before 2 or 3 weeks, Erdogan tried to connect Hamas with Kemal Atatürk. Kemal Atatürk is this guy that established the new Turkey, but Kemal Atatürk made a big genocide against Greece. Okay, and he said that Hamas and Kemal Atatürk is the same, and we will try and we will stand on Hamas, and Hamas for Turkey is a peace organization. Okay, so I believe that, and this is very clear, that Erdogan will try in the next weeks and months to give a lot of money in Hezbollah, in Hamas, and don't forget that also we have a Hezbollah organization in Turkey, and this organization asked from Erdogan to make a big punishment against the Jews of Turkey, because some Jews in Turkey wanted to become a part to fight close to Israeli army against Hamas in Gaza, and this organization, Hezbollah organization, said that we have to kick out Jews by Turkey. So we have to see the big picture, that Turkey is a big threat for the whole world, for Greece, for Israel, for Cyprus. And after I will show you how Turkey want to destabilize Greece and Israel with Hamas and other organizations in the Eastern Mediterranean, in the Middle East. This is my first. This is that I wanted to say about this big crisis.
Thank you so much. Sorry, guys, I was a little bit distracted because I was trying to be able to get everybody on and ready to go. It looks like we had a couple of people drop out of Zoom, but we have them now in the Twitter space, so that's at least the most important part. Although I'm still looking for Uri. I think he dropped off again. But at the risk of being redundant here, because I'm not 100% sure if I heard everything you said while I was trying to get everybody onto the Zoom and Twitter space. Let me ask you this. Everybody's talking about, okay, Erdogan threatened Israel. He wants to attack. What exactly do you feel is the threat that they pose, especially given the fact that Erdogan, for example, threatened that he was going to cut economic ties and like 2 weeks later reestablish them?
Yes, before 2 weeks, I read a very important article in Jerusalem Post. I didn't remember the name of the analyst, and he was former ambassador of Israel in Turkey. And he said, of course, that the provocative statements of Erdogan against Israel that he will invade is bullshit. But he said something very important, that if we have a war between Israel and Hezbollah, maybe Turkey will send troops, maybe in order to support Hezbollah in Lebanon. I think, and you have to see that because I'm watching every day Erdogan. We have every day provocative actions against Greece by Turkey. Erdogan has some ambitions in the whole area. Also, he's very old. And what means that? That he's very dangerous. I don't think that Erdogan is a very calm guy. Okay, he's very old, and I think that this makes this guy very dangerous. But of course, if he sends troops or he made something against Israel, we can see it's clear that Erdogan, after this, he will have problem. Also, his regime and his state, because all the countries will be against Turkey. But Erdogan, as I said before, he wants to show in the whole Muslim world that I'm here, I will protect you. But don't forget that nobody from the Muslim world respect Turkey, because Ottoman Empire was an empire for a lot of years, and also Middle East was under the rule of Ottoman Empire. So I think Erdogan is making a lot of mistakes, and I believe that at the last that Turkey will not gain something from these provocative actions against Israel or Greece. But we have to stop this, because Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas, and other channels like Al Jazeera are making everyday propaganda against Israel, against Greece, against Cyprus. Also, we have to see that. We have to see the big picture. We have to prevent these provocative actions, okay, and this propaganda against our countries. And I believe that Erdogan maybe will make a big mistake, because if he will continue to support Hezbollah and Hamas, after this, I think that Turkey will have a lot of problems.
Got it. Sorry, my mouse got caught. So I think, was it Hanya that had her hand up, or Maurice? I don't want to dwell too much on Turkey, because we have a bigger issue with Iran, but we have
with this. Yes.
Yeah, but we're lucky to have Colonel Jeff here with us, and I had a question for him about the F-22s that landed in the UK. Considering the fact that they're an air superiority jet and not a multi-role fighter, meaning that they are, for those who need the clarification, the F-22s is a jet that Israel wanted it, but the U.S. is not selling it to anybody, because it's saving it only for its own Air Force. So the question is, with that being said, we have, let me just pull up a picture of this airplane, F-22, so everybody can see. This is the plane. Considering the fact that it's only air-to-air, it's not meant to be used for bombing and those kinds of things. Although I've seen, that they're using now lasers on it or something like that. Maybe you can confirm whether that's being used or not. But the issue here is, since Iran has no Air Force to speak of, it's got old planes, it doesn't really have good pilots, they're not really focused on their Air Force. Who exactly are the F-22s supposed to be mobilized against? What exactly are we looking at? Whose Air Force are they supposed to be used against? Any speculation on that?
Yeah. So, hey, thanks for having me up. And for those who don't know, I'm the problem child. For some reason I can't get my video and my audio to work. It's always the colonel, man. It's always the colonel, right? When I was a young officer, I always blamed everything on the colonel. Now I'm a colonel. I still blame everything on the colonel. But no, you're right. So F-22s are only air-to-air, right? So they perform the air-to-air missions, offensive counter-air, defensive counter-air, OCA sweeps, these types of missions. They don't do close air support. They don't do interdiction. They're not air-to-ground. So you're right, and I would argue that bringing F-22s over to England is a show of force. I mean, this is very similar to what Russia's done with bringing warships into Cuba, right? I don't know if they're necessary. I think at this point, it's very hard to try and tie them to a specific mission, whether it be Israel, Iran, whatever. By the way, I would also say that while Israel doesn't have the F-22, it's got F-16s, and it's one of the first nations to get F-35. So their Air Force is quite capable. Their Air Force is not only quite capable, but their Air Force also has on their F-16s at least, an F-16, for those who aren't really familiar with fighters, an F-16 is almost, it's best to think of it like an iPhone, right? It can do anything, and you can almost slap anything underneath the wing line onto one of these pylons, right? So it's almost like an iPhone in the air. And when you look at Rafael or Elbit, which are Israeli defense systems, they've come up with some extremely unique capabilities to put on the F-16. And Israel, being a nation at war for decades, they know exactly what they need, and they don't speculate. And if they feel they need it, they buy it. So, Israel goes against. It's interesting. I just had a discussion here in Austria with my father-in-law, and he's like, Israel's in trouble because, Hezbollah's manpower is ridiculous, and the Lebanese have a massive ground army. I'm like, yeah, but their best airplane in the air is a propeller. Right. And I think we all need to remember that trying to compare the long war of the West in Iraq or the long war of the West in Afghanistan, these are insurgencies and counterinsurgencies. These are not conventional wars, right? If you look back to conventional wars, the one that I often cite in 1999, when NATO went against Serbia, NATO didn't put one ground force boot into Serbia and won that war with just air power. So given the fact that Hezbollah has a huge ground force and not so much from an air perspective, they would be in trouble should they really try and do anything or take some kind of offensive against Israel.
Yeah, that makes sense. Speaking of the F-16, I know Israel made modifications to it. They modify everything, but am I correct in saying that the Sufa version of the F-16 has the Delilah missile on it?
And it might. I haven't studied that and I haven't seen it, but if it does, let me put it this way: it wouldn't shock me, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, to clarify, what I meant was there were some people talking about that was the missile that was used on Hania, although that was, I think that was debunked. But the Delilah missile system is one that Israel developed because a lot of people accuse Israel of attacking, Gaza with weapons that are causing mass destruction. And the Delilah system, Israel put so much money into this particular missile just to protect civilians, because what it does is the co-pilot can press a button and recall the missile. So if at the last minute the people on the ground see that there's civilians in the area or something unexpected, then they can cancel the missile, and it just goes back into the air and sort of circulates around the area until it's assigned a new target. So, I mean, I thought that was kind of, when you said the F-16 was jack of all trades, I thought that was kind of an interesting segue to this particular thing. But I kind of went off topic here. Let's get back to what we were talking about. I'm a geek when it comes to military technology, but I'm nowhere near the level of knowledge that you have about especially about American airplanes. So with that, I think Maurice had a question, or did Ace? Maurice has his hand up.
Thanks, Daniel. Like, all I know about Turkey is, they're many years behind in relation to developing a fifth generation fighter plane. Turkey has the second biggest military in NATO, but just because you have X amount of troops, sure, doesn't North Korea have supposedly the largest army in the world? Manpower is irrelevant. If you were talking about 1,000 years ago, yes, but not really. Like, it depends. Like, in my opinion, it's all down to technology. Who has the edge in relation to that? And like, I would be more concerned with Turkey than Iran. I do think that Turkey will attack Israel, but I'm not sure when they will. But if that does happen, in my opinion, like, the Israel and the West, especially many of the European countries that are in NATO, should be looking at arming the Kurds in Syria and also in southeastern Turkey. Because if they're properly armed and if they have the air support that they need, because the Turks will probably try and commit a genocide against the Kurds in retaliation. Like, Turkey would lose a massive chunk of its territory in that war. Similar to when the Ottoman Empire entered the First World War, it was faced towards the end. It was faced with being carved up. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. But it probably if Erdogan is hell bent on attacking Israel, that's, in my opinion, that's what should happen to Turkey when they lose the war. That I believe in a greater Greece. I believe that the Treaty of Sèvres should have been implemented. Unfortunately, the British Prime Minister didn't have the support of his cabinet to support the Greeks in the Greco-Turkish War of 1919. But I believe, for instance, that Turkey will attack Israel, and when it does, it should be carved up, because Turkey poses a serious threat to the region and also to Europe and America, because they harbor Hamas, they sponsor terrorists. Like, if you look at the CIA, for instance, when ISIS controlled Syrian oil fields, especially in northeastern Syria, they were selling oil to the Turks at $10 a barrel, to my knowledge. So Turkey is no friend of the West.
Let me actually redirect to Colonel Jeff again, since we're lucky enough to have him with us. He was in NATO in a senior position. How do you feel about Turkey being part of NATO? How do people talk about this particular relationship?
Yeah. So look, Turkey is a necessary evil, right? And I think we all have to be careful, right? Erdogan. I'm not a fan of Erdogan, but I think if you understand that Erdogan is going to do things that are always in the best interest of Turkey, it's a little easier sometimes to consider why he's doing what he's doing. You can't kick someone out of NATO. There's no article that basically says you get to kick someone out of NATO. So I think we have to be careful of that. And the other thing is, back in the early 2000s, 2001 to 2010, 15. Turkey was critically and instrumentally important in NATO because it was the one predominantly Muslim nation in a Western alliance during the global war on terror, which theoretically could have turned into an Islam versus Western war, right? Turkey was kind of the one pseudo-democracy that was there to help us. So there's a lot of people that get frustrated with Turkey's actions. I would argue, though, it's somewhat easier to get frustrated with Turkey's action because they are different. They're not truly European than it is to get upset with, let's say, Germany's action, right? there's many NATO allies that are frustrated with what Germany does right now and the lack of spending, and that they can't mobilize even a freaking brigade at this point for their own nation, and they've slept under the blanket of security provided by the U.S. taxpayer for the last 20 plus years. France quit NATO and then rejoined again. So I think we have to be careful, right? It's pretty easy to pick on Turkey because they're not necessarily the same, and sometimes they have to play intermediary. You keep talking about my time at NATO. I'll give a quick vignette if you'll let me. I was a senior military advisor to the ambassador at OSCE, right? And the OSCE is the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. And this was between 2011 and 2014. And during that time, the U.S. ambassador and the Turkish ambassador every week on Thursday had a meeting. And it wasn't commonplace for the U.S. ambassador to have meetings with bilaterally nations scheduled all the time. But Turkey, right, it was critical to the U.S. government then and now, because Turkey is kind of in the center of a really bad neighborhood. If you look, and sometimes it's easy to look at Turkey and go, I don't understand why they're doing that. That's freaking crazy. But if you're a nation that literally has wars on 80% of your borders, right? And I'm not saying you're at conflict with them, but you've got wars going on in Syria. You've got wars going on in Iraq. You've got wars going on between Lebanon and, so they're just in a really bad neighborhood. So their desire to try and protect themselves is far greater. And I think sometimes when you look at the lens of what Turkey does, it's perhaps a little easier to understand it when you realize that the United States, the U.S. government anyway, realizes they're in a bad neighborhood. I sat in many of these meetings with my ambassador, and I listened to the Turkish ambassador basically complain. And look, Taşan Ildam was the name of the ambassador, the Turkish ambassador. He ended up becoming the Deputy Secretary General of NATO. He was very well respected in diplomatic circles, right? So that this guy wasn't some kind of yahoo under Erdogan that was an Erdogan crony. He was extremely brilliant and had a wonderful way of working with the West. So I mean, look, again, there's a lot of things Erdogan does that frustrates me, and yes, they bother me. But I think sometimes perhaps tapping the brakes a little bit and trying to understand what goes on with Turkey is warranted.
Now, do you see, just to follow up on that question, do you see any issues with Turkish expansionism where, for example, they built this massive base in Somalia and they're sort of spreading out into different territories, kind of like Iran is trying to expand its reach as well by bringing in warships into the Mediterranean and trying to open surveillance base in Sudan, things like that. Do you see any issues there, or not particularly on your radar?
No. So I'll say this, right? If Turkey has been invited in by that nation, in other words, the leadership has said, we want you to come here, right? They've created a status of forces agreement, a SOFA, just like the United States has with Germany. I find it a little bit hypocritical for Americans to get upset about that when the United States has SOFAs and U.S. forces bedded down in the UK, Germany, Italy, South Korea, Japan. Fuck, I can keep going, right? I mean, look, nations aspire to do things that are in their best interests. I'm completely for, if nations want to partner and they want to bed down other forces there, they should have some level of right to do that. I'm not for nations like, let's say, Russia, who don't decide to have status of forces and basically just trundle their military into other nations. I'm not a big fan of that.
So one quick question to follow up on that. If you had to give a wild guess, what is their purpose in expanding to all these areas? And if you had to compare that to why the U.S. has bases, is the U.S. being expansionist, or is it just being, is it trying to be world police and sort of create security or I don't know how you would call it. I mean, if you're an adversary of the U.S., you would say they're intruding on your territory. If you are an American, you're saying you're trying to create security in areas that are troubled, like Turkey's, for example?
Yeah, look, Turkey is in a really interesting situation, right? They've got problems with inflation. Their currency is challenged. But that being said, their defense industry is rocking it off the charts, right? I mean, the Bakhtari drones have been a monster win for Ukraine. There's many other nations that are trying to buy Turkish munitions. Turkey has no problem selling anything that they make to almost anybody. And Turkey is in the final phases, and I'm not joking, right? They're in the final phases of building a fourth plus generation fighter jets that will compete with, the F-15, the F-16, the F-18, and stuff like that. And again, they will not have a problem who they sell it to, right? So I realize there's a lot of different feelings about the U.S. military-industrial complex. I get that, right? But I would, that there's a large portion of revenue that flows into the United States because while we might be getting our asses kicked by China and other nations on import-export disparities, the one place we're rocking it out of the park is military sales, right, to foreign nations. We're making a shitload of money on that, and we're good at it, right? And we're doing phenomenal. So if Turkey's going to step into that market and start making that kind of money, who knows? Maybe they're making these relationships because they need resources for their stuff. Maybe they're building relationships because they know that nation potentially could be buying their fighter, and they can have long-term contracts. Because the truth of the matter is, the sale of the fighter is one thing, but the long-term contract for parts, supply, maintenance, logistics, and all the support, that money runs long and it runs deep.
Yeah, I didn't say anything.
And do they have? Are they the ones providing the maintenance, support, and training for these kinds, especially like for? Did you say they were selling American systems or their own?
No, they're selling. So they make a drone called the Bakhtari drone, right? They sell them to Ukraine, and they sell a lot of other things. So they're selling their own systems, and yes, they will provide for a price. They will provide support and maintenance. They provide the training, right? So there's money in all of this, right?
Got it. Makes sense. Okay. And it looks like Tom has had his hand up for a while, so I'm going to let you ask question.
Hi, Dan. Thanks for pulling me up. Question to the experts about military aircraft specifically. U.S., as far as I know, I'm just a layperson, but from what I understand, U.S. supplied aircraft, also other systems that may be part of other ordnance, requires codes to operate. So, like, let's say, Turkey has U.S. supplied aircraft, and they say, right, we're going to, use these aircraft to say, attack Israel. Would it be possible to essentially just not give them the codes so they can't fly them? And also, how widespread is the proliferation of U.S. supplied aircraft and/or ordnance that is code controlled throughout this conflict region, and what difference could that make? And the second question is, as far as I understand, there's only one other country that can generate codes for these, and that's the UK. And there's obviously some people quite concerned about potential hostile infiltration of the UK government. How do you see? Is there a I would say like some checks and balances in place with regard to the military? Let's say some crazy decision is made by the UK government. They're not going to, cooperate with whatever the efforts are that the Western Alliance would want to do, either not supply codes or supply codes, but the wrong ones. So they only work for a bit and then interfere with it. And where do you see the safeguards against something like that possibly?
That was for
Daniel?
Colonel Jeff?
Okay, all right. I didn't know who that was for. So when we talk about fighter aircraft, right? I've never flown a foreign F-16, I've flown in a US F-16, right? But I don't know about these. And I'm being sincere. I don't know about these codes. What I do know about, right, is when the United States government allows a military company in the U.S. to sell a capability, it has to go through like a foreign military sales. The U.S. Senate Armed Services Committee basically looks at it and says, are we willing to sell that capability to nation X, right? And in many times, the capability is dumbed down, or it's not the full capability, or it's all these types of things. In addition to that, there's third-party control of the weapons, right, or of the systems. So we say, okay, dude, we're going to let you buy this, but you can't use it to do X, Y, and Z. You can't do it to do, so there's rules in place. A perfect example of this from recent lessons is the United States has been, pushing tons of weapons into Ukraine. And the Biden administration has made it very clear that, hey, we're going to place some limits on your use of these weapons for deep strike capability into Russia. We're not going to allow you to do that, right? So those come along. There's no code. There's no, the ATACMS doesn't take off, and once it, its GPS senses that it's, crossing the Russian border, it just self-detonates and blows up. That doesn't happen. So yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but I do know that the United States government will put stipulations and limits on stuff like that. As for the Israelis, it would be hard to believe, knowing that Israel is buying weapons specifically because they're at threat from Iran and from Hezbollah and from Hamas and these others, that there were any limitations whatsoever put on Israel for those countries.
Did that answer your question, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I was okay. It's good to know that about Israel not having restrictions. I mean, like say Turkey. Does Turkey have U.S. supplied capability that is controlled in some way, or basically as a NATO member, do they have the full access? And then the other question was regarding the UK specifically, because they people are concerned about infiltration and whether there are any safeguards in case there were going to be some over the top, off the rails kind of decision made by the government, that the military in the UK can still serve as sort of a checks and balance function.
Yeah, so weapons to Turkey. I mean, God, we could have a whole freaking space on that, right? I mean, you're opening up on Pandora's box there, right? So, I mean, for a long time, and I already said that, between 2001 and 2010, 2011, Turkey was a critical ally of the United States. They helped facilitate the movement of forces in and out of Afghanistan. They flew the United States F-16. They had a lot of United States F-16s, right? They were critical for the bed down of U.S. military assets during the war in Iraq, the second war, Operation Enduring Freedom. And I say all that because in the context, at this time, the United States was an ally, or at least recognized the Kurds, right? The Kurds in northern Iraq and southern Turkey. Turkey did not recognize the Kurds. As a matter of fact, was at war with the Kurds. So while U.S. airplanes may have been taking off out of Incirlik Air Base, right, to go do missions in Iraq, Turkish F-16s were taking off at the same time and bombing Kurds, which were a ally or recognized friend of the United States, right? And there was nothing the United States could really do, right? This is their sovereign territory. It's their base. We are a guest. We might not like it, and we might have some diplomatic tensions that will lead to this, but we will, and at the end of the day, if we stop providing them parts for their F-16s, then they'll just say, okay, then no F-16 parts come in for yours, right? So these are the diplomatic games that happen between nations. This shouldn't be a shock to anyone. If it is, and you find these things exciting, please go buy my books, because there's tons of examples in them, right? Where you'll find crazy stuff between nations. But But Tom, a little bit more recent to your point. Look, Turkey bought the S-400, and the United States said, if you buy a Russian S-400 surface-to-air missile system, we're going to kick you out of the F-35 program, and they did, right? And the United States and the partners of the F-35 said, okay, here's your money back for the F-35s. You're not going to have the F-35 anymore, right? So at some point, that the pressure and the diplomatic tension becomes too much, and it snaps, and at that point, there's some kind of action done. Hopefully that kind of squares the corner on that for you.
Now, when you have Turkey threatening close U.S. allies like Greece, like Israel, like Cyprus, how does the U.S. feel about this with respect to NATO and them being part of it?
Can I speak, Daniel?
Of course.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, and then if we can get back to Colonel Jeff about that.
Yes. You have to know, first of all, Turkey is a member of NATO, okay? But every day, the last years, Turkey violates Greek airspace with Turkey's F-16s. We have every day, not at the last 1 year, but we had before 2 years, every day, overflights above Greek islands, okay, every day. Also, we have provocative actions against Cyprus. We have to know that Cyprus, who is a member of the European Union, is divided. The north place of Cyprus is from Turkey. Okay, we had an invasion by Turkey in 1974, and at the same time, Turkey is a member of NATO, and we have provocative actions against Greece. Also, you have to know that the United States made a big mistake, because before 3 months, as you remember, they gave the green light to Turkey to have new F-16 fighter jets and F-16 Vipers. Greece has F-16 Vipers. Also, okay, the United States gave to Greece F-35, but why we give to Turkey these fighter jets? This fighter jets is used against Greece and against, as we said before, against Kurdish people. And also, as we know, before 2 weeks, I wrote an article in a website of Reuters, and they revealed there that Turkey asked from NATO, by NATO, not to have big cooperation with Israel. Okay, Turkey is a terror state, and Turkey, I think, this is my opinion, that we have to kick out Turkey by NATO. It's a big threat for peace. It's a big threat for our area. Turkey has very good relations with Russia, with Iran, with China, and of course, they give weapons and money, a lot of money in Hamas. Okay, so we have to kick out Turkey by NATO. Turkey, as I said before, and we have to say this in the whole world, Turkey is threatening Greece with war. It's casus belli. Turkey threatens Greece with war, and we have to stop this. And I think that Greece and Israel and other states that we want peace in this area, we have to stop Turkey, because it's a terror state. It's a pirate country, and Erdogan is a big threat for our peace and for our area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Andreas. So definitely more hawkish on that as opposed to Colonel Jeff. How do you respond to that, Colonel Jeff, and also to my question from before?
Well, look, I mean, Andre clearly has his opinions, and he's allowed to, right? And I would argue that I'm not defending Turkey. I hope people realize I'm not Turkish. Erdogan doesn't pay me. But the facts are, is number one, Turkey is not a terrorist state. It is not listed as a terrorist state by the United Nations. The United States does not recognize it as a terrorist state, so that he might, and Andreas might believe that it's a terrorist state, and that's fine, but I think it's important to state the facts. It is not listed as a terrorist state. It's not. And, I realize that there's a lot of, and look, my family is Greek. My grandmother's name is Galati. We came from I have lineage that travels back to the islands in Greece. But I also realize that, It takes two sides to make a war at a minimum. And while Turkey is clearly been a belligerent, I wouldn't say that Greece has been completely innocent in some of the activities that have happened between those two nations. So look, and then the last part that I'd say is no matter what anyone wants to have happen, right? There if you read the North Atlantic Council bylaws, there's no way to kick a nation out of NATO. So we can keep saying that we want to kick Turkey out, but the truth of the matter is there's only one way a nation leaves, and that's willingly and voluntarily. That's only happened once, and that's when France left NATO.
Got it. Yeah, makes sense. But again, the question, clearly Turkey is not labeled a terrorist state because otherwise it wouldn't be allowed to be in NATO, or unless I'm wrong about that. My question is, if it is hosting, Hamas, it's definitely very friendly with the Muslim Brotherhood. It's aligned with Iran. It's threatening war with Israel. How does this square with its role in NATO? If it did attack Israel, would there be ramifications with its role in NATO?
Yeah, well, of course, right? And to be fair, look, Turkey's not innocent in all this, right? I don't want to make it sound like Turkey's innocent. One of my good friends is the deputy ambassador in Ankara right now, and to listen to him talk about the messages and the demarches and the cables that he has to deliver to his counterparts in the Turkish government are not fun, right? This is not an enjoyable tour. It's not like being in Rome, right? So yeah, there's some serious anger and angst. But look, it's interesting, right? If Turkey attacks into Israel, right? You're still in an alliance with them, right? There are numerous examples in history where allies and friends watched two other friends go at it and basically abstained. A perfect example of that, and Andreas will know this, right, is when the war between Greece and Turkey was far more heated, right? The NATO allies kind of just sat back and said, okay, you guys, granted, they did a lot of diplomatic stuff behind the scenes, but nobody took sides, right? And you have a situation where, look, we keep saying Hezbollah as a bad actor, and look, Hezbollah is a bad actor. But in 2011, when I was in National Defense University, one of the friends that I became friends with was a Lebanese ground officer. Now he's a general, right? He's not Hezbollah, but he is Lebanese, right? So this is not a black and white area of the map, and to try and paint it that way, I think is a little disingenuous. And I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that, dude, there are tons of shades of gray in this area.
Oh, for sure. I agree with you. I'm not, again, we're not having a confrontation. It's just different people with different ideas, and we're trying to drill down through these issues and try to gain a better understanding of what's happening. It's good to exchange.
I want to speak for 20 seconds.
Yeah, just once. I'll get right to you, Andreas. I know.
Yes,
so
yes.
just trying to.
I have to give some answers.
I will. I'll go right to you. I'll go right to you. I promise. In trying to drill down and get a better understanding of these issues, we just have to get different perspectives, which is always a good idea to get deeper insight into. Because if you only consider your point of view, then obviously you might have some, blind sides there. So when you said that Greece might not be innocent in the conflict with Turkey, and also that this is not a black and white thing, there's a lot of shades of gray. I agree, because Turkey used to be an ally of Israel, for example. And although Israel never threatened it, it trades with Turkey. And Turkey actually takes a lot of Israeli goods and white labels them and sells them to Islamic countries that would otherwise not buy those products. So it's kind of interesting, that dynamic as well. So, and Israel needs Turkey, and Turkey needs Israel. So, for Turkey to threaten war, it seems a little bit, I mean, it's a very aggressive thing to do, obviously, diplomatically, but it's also, I don't know, I mean, like all the things that you said, it's not a very likely thing, but when somebody threatens you, you have to take it seriously. And Israel has never attacked Turkey or threatened Turkey. It's just Erdogan has just decided to take this very aggressive stance. So I was going to go back to you, but let's let Andreas express his point of view.
Okay. Turkey, first of all, is occupying, has an army of occupation in Cyprus, okay? An occupying army. First. Second, we have to know, and your viewers, they have to know, that we have a new dogma by Turkey at the last 10 years, and we are calling this dogma, it's blue homeland, okay? And what Turkey says, that the Aegean Sea, this is the original dogma of Turkey state, not from some crazy analyst. It's the original dogma of Turkey. They are saying that there is a blue homeland in the Aegean Sea and in the Eastern Mediterranean. Okay, they have written a lot of books about this, and they are saying that Turkey has a lot of rights in the Aegean Sea. But we have to know that after the First World War and after the defeat of Turkey, we have some international laws, okay? And also Turkey signed these international laws. So Turkey is the country that violates these laws that signed before a lot of decades, okay? Turkey changed the last years. When you are a member NATO and you are saying that, okay, Greece, if you want to explore the Aegean Sea, you have to ask me. Turkey says this to Greece. If Greece wants to explore in the Aegean Sea for oil or something else, Turkey says you have to, Greece to at first to get my permission. This is crazy. The Aegean Sea, according to the international law, is Greek. Okay, and Turkey says no, you have to get my permission. This is crazy. Turkey wants to declare to Greece war. There is a law about this. It's casus belli. Okay, and I can't hear that Turkey is not a terror state. Of course, Turkey has a lot of communication with the United States, it's a member NATO. Okay, it's a big country, but all this proves when you support Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, China, Pakistan. Okay, yes, you are a terror state. I don't want war with Turkey. Of course, I don't fear Turkey. I don't hate Turkish people. The first victims of Turkey and of Erdogan is Turkish citizens. Also, the foreign Mr. Israel Katz said this on a post in X. Turkish citizens are the first victims. But I can't hear that Turkey is a peace country, is a terror state, because every day they evaluate the international law. Okay, we don't want war, but Turkey have to respect the international law.
Got it. Back to Colonel Jeff, if you want to respond. And then I want to switch gears for a second and move away from Turkey first. And we had Uri here, who I wanted to ask about. I wanted to ask him about the situation in Israel. Like, how does it feel to wait for an Iranian attack? We do have Gal G here. Maybe she can come up and speak to that. No pressure if you don't want to, but go ahead, Colonel Jeff, and then we'll start talking a little bit about Iran.
Yeah, look, we couldn't spend hours on Turkey. I've spoken my piece. He's spoken his. We're not going to move forward in this. And look, I'm not disagreeing. I think, Greece has some valid complaints against Turkey. I think that if we had someone who was from Ankara or Incirlik in here, he'd be just as passionate on the other side, and that probably wouldn't get us very far.
Exactly, I'm the only Turk in the room, but I think you're going to move away from the conversation, so I have to go now. But I will definitely come back one time. because obviously you do need to hear another voice.
Are you
so we
from
can have
Turkey?
a middle down.
Are you from Turkey?
I'm a Turkish Cypriot, born and raised in England. I'm from Turkey. My father's from Turkey.
You can talk. Feel free.
No, I mean, I just want to give a quick reminder. Turkey, in history, doesn't attack any country. If you look at the history of Turkey, coming from the Ottoman 600 years and etc., and turn it into a Turkish secular, modern, democratic Islamic country, has always been the best ally and the creators of the NATO. Without Turkey, America wouldn't have had to or couldn't even move around that area. With the war in Iraq, etc., Turkey has always backed international law, does everything via the law. When it comes to Greece, we've had a problem in the 1960s, as you know. It was a political problem. It wasn't us. It was, again, the Greeks who started in Cyprus, tried to turn it into a genocide where Turkey had to intervene. Now, it's the same with Israel. Turkey and Israel have been good allies. And before October the 7th, they've been partners in bringing out the gas in the project with this new 2030 agenda, etc. But obviously, being a Muslim country has seen a lot of people getting killed every day, and the world is not responding to it. Even it's a human rights, even though they've been convicted by the laws and the international laws and the courts. Look, most of you are still, behind this genocide. So there's a lot of things going on.
Are we talking about Gaza?
Yeah. So
let me just interject and say that it's legally not a genocide, and we've had many discussions about this, but I understand your feelings.
Yeah, okay. Maybe it's my feelings as a human being. I mean, I'm sure a lot of you here agree on people being slaughtered, killed every day for the last 10 years.
Let me ask you something. I have a quick question for you. Is Gaza the only reason why Turkey is not allied with Israel? Because I think this has been a while in the making, no?
It's not just Gaza. It's actually, again, obviously Israel has declared a religious war. Netanyahu come on TV, said this is a religious war.
Before he's not saying that there's a religious war against Muslims.
He's saying it. And not only that,
he said that there's a religious war against Israel, not that Israel declared a religious war.
Okay. 2-3 days ago, obviously, one of the prime ministers.
But let me ask you: does not the Hamas charter say that, and it names a couple of hadith, that it needs to destroy Israel for religious reasons?
I mean, what Hamas and the political stuff between Hamas and Israel and what's been going on for many years.
No, not political, religious, because their charter names a hadith why it needs to destroy Israel. So I'm just trying to bring clarity. When Netanyahu said that, what I want to do is I want to make sure that we're exchanging facts, not just getting into our feelings. Because when Netanyahu said there's a religious war, he didn't mean that Israel declared a religious war against anybody. He's saying that there's a religious war against Israel, which I'm trying to point out that Hamas actually says all the time publicly in Arabic and in English that they are in a religious war against Israel. The PA is in a political war against Israel. This is a civic jihad. It's a little bit different. But my question, let's focus on Turkey. This was a while in the making, no? Where Turkey has had a problem with Israel for a while, even though a lot of trade is happening economically. The two nations are interdependent to some degree. So what is the matter with Turkey? Why did all of a sudden things start to break down? Is it all because of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, or is there anything else there?
If you're talking in regards with Turkey and Israel conflict, then yes, they've been pressured by the public and the people. So the people and the public, by pressuring Erdogan, has made him change his way of dealing with Israel. He would have to. There is no other way, because like I said, looking at it religiously is something different. And looking at it politically, Erdogan is trying his best to stay political within the laws and boundary, try not to get involved within the war of the region, because if it escalates to Turkey, it's all over. We're the strongest army on the ground. There's a colonel here, and he can confirm that. On the ground, I mean, if you mean invading or coming into Turkey by ground forces, it's just not possible. It doesn't matter. Even though we're surrounded, 80% of the country, we're surrounded. There's a game being played. Even though Americans are allies, helping the people like PKK, YPG, you know.
But are you feeling threatened that somebody wants to invade you, or?
No. See, the thing is, we never feel threatened. You need to understand the Turks. Turks will never feel threatened because we don't have any other country to go to, like Arab countries. We have our own country, we have our own borders, and that's what it is. And to be able to take it, you need to take out everybody. We do not leave or go nowhere.
But who's trying to?
Obviously, the game that's being played around. You know, if the political people and the governments wanted to stop this, they could stop it.
But stop what? You're saying that you're feeling. You're not threatened, okay, I won't use that word, but you're feeling that someone wants to attack Turkey or take its territory?
Someone wants Turkey to get involved. Someone is trying to push Turkey to get involved, and obviously it's all the other powers, to get involved with a regional war.
Got it.
Obviously, once Turkey gets involved with the regional war, it will escalate into a bigger war, which they want, because we will have, our borders will be weak, where the Kurds and the YPG and the PKK are waiting.
But
obviously,
who can force you?
They're funding them and they're looking after them and training them, making them wait. And over here, you have again our friends and allies bring all their ships and cruisers and everything here to Greece. They're parked up 3 years ago in Dedaja, and obviously backing up Greece, getting them ready, just in case.
But obviously, Greece is not trying.
We're aware of this as a country and a nation of Turkey. We are aware of what's going on.
Well, one second. What I'm trying to get to the bottom of is what exactly are you aware of? Because it doesn't seem. Well, one second. Let me just finish my thought. Hang on 1 second. So, Greece is obviously not going to be able to, or has no interest in taking over Turkey. Neither does Israel. Those are the two countries.
Turkey doesn't have interest in taking Greece. The only thing is we've given them the islands many years ago, and these islands are literally 2-3 miles away from the borders.
No, I got you. But what you're saying is we don't have anywhere to go. We're not Arabs. We have only Turkey. But it's a massive country, and nobody seems to be threatening it to take its land. Why did you say that statement about?
No. There are people threatening to take the land, which are being backed by our allies. And look, Colonel's here. They're backing the American army, is backing, helping, training, supporting, supplying YPG, PKK, openly. That's why Turkey sometimes, maybe you guys don't like it, but might be playing around with other people and backing them.
Honestly, I would like to have an alliance with Turkey again. This is not, nobody is threatening Turkey or nobody wants anything bad to happen to Turkey. They're just responding to threats coming from Erdogan. So going back to Colonel Jeff, let's put a bow on this and wrap it up so we can move over to Iran.
Thank you very much for giving me time. Thanks for
everything. Of course. Thank you for sharing your position.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, that this can, the one thing that you're consistent on, if you invite a gentleman from Greece and a gentleman from Turkey into a debate space, this is going to keep going for quite a while. So I'm not going to tie a bow on it. Look, I try not to take sides. I actually do see Greece's point. I also see. Because, if you look through the lens of Erdogan and look through Turkey, you can understand it. There's nuances and layers here that would take days to explain.
Fair enough. Absolutely. And like you said, the Middle East is a whole lot of shades of gray, if we've learned anything so far. Okay, good. So,
Daniel,
30 go ahead.
30 seconds only. 30 seconds. Because we have to move on about Iran. But also Turkey is, as I said, a big threat. I have to remind to our friend from London, where is his origin? He's Turkish.
I'm from Famagusta.
Okay, it's not Famagusta. It's a Cypriot side. It's a Greek Cypriot. But okay, let's go on. I don't want to have a fight
we're one
here.
people, my brother. We're one people. There is no, you're saying we want people. You're the one who's saying we are Cypriots all together as one, because in 2007, you didn't accept the peace. We said yes, you said no.
No. That's not true.
Yeah.
But please
It's true.
don't interrupt me, please.
Okay.
Don't interrupt me. Okay. So this guy, I heard him. I heard an AKP propaganda. It's the propaganda of Erdogan that we have a big threat from the United States, from Kurds. Kurds is not a terrorist state, a terror organization. Okay. You have to know also that the biggest genocide in the history, okay, it's against Greeks by Turks and against Assyrians and against Armenians. Okay, this is the true story, first of all. And second, we don't want war with Turkey. We don't fear, but we don't want war. Turkey is a state that threatens Greece, Israel, and Cyprus. We have to organize this and to have peace. We don't want war, okay? But you threaten every day Greece and Cyprus and Israel. For why? Find me a reason. Why to threat Greece and Israel? Okay, but we have to say big. We have to say something very big here. That the biggest genocide is against Greeks, Assyrians, and Armenians. Okay, so let's go about Iran. Okay, I don't want to fight with you, but don't say here fake news.
I mean, history is written. There's no fake news. History is written. I'm not going to argue with you neither. Thank you as well.
You did an invasion in 1974, okay, against Cyprus.
And you tried the genocide? You tried genociding, killing all them people. Yeah, kids, women, children, with AOPA.
Okay, guys, I think we're not going to solve. We're not going to solve the Turkey. Hang on.
Thank you,
my friend. We're going to move on to another subject because we're not going to be able to figure this one out today. We could talk about it. Let's make sure that we don't interrupt each other, and let's sort of stick to the facts. So we do have, I think we just had an Israeli come up. I wanted to talk about Iran and Israel, and I want to focus, while we still have our speakers here, we lost Uri. I was going to ask him what he thinks about what's going on right now. What is it like waiting for Iran to attack? What does that feel like? Not knowing, especially considering what happened last time. Not knowing what. So if there's anybody here in the space who's in Israel right now and you want to talk about that, please come up. But we're going to try to focus also on threat assessment, which is what the space is about. So a little bit more on the military side, less into the emotions. So when we look at what just happened with Iran last time, can you walk us through that, Colonel Jeff? What were the different first of all, who were the players who shot everything down? What kind of equipment they were using? How did they go about it? What kind of weapons were deployed? And what do you think we might be expecting this second time around, if there is one?
You mean
that's a loaded question. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you mean the attack against the Hezbollah leader? And again,
I was referring to Iran. So the barrage of missiles, drones, ballistic, cruise, some say hypersonic. What exactly did you see happen? And Gal is here. We'll get to you after, Gal. So what do you suppose? First of all, if you could just give us a breakdown of what happened last time, and secondly, do you expect the same kind of attack from Iran or something different? And again, this is just speculation because nobody knows.
Yeah. So I mean, when Israel is attacked, right, and given that they have Iron Dome systems, David Sling, they've got a fairly robust ground-based air defense system. The only way you're truly going to get anything into on the ground and make an impact is to overwhelm the air defense system, right? And so that's what we saw, right? So we saw tons of these happen. I am right after the assassination in Tehran, and after the attack and the strike against the high value target up in Lebanon, I was kind of on the fence of saying, look, I think this is gonna warrant a response, right? And the rhetoric from the Islamic community supported that, right? We will come back. We will get revenge. Hell, I learned something new, right? I didn't even know that Iran, as a government, had an official flag for revenge, right? They raised the official flag for revenge above their mosques, and I didn't even know such a flag existed. So that was something new for me, right? But the longer this takes, right, a few things are interesting. The first thing is, the longer it takes, Iran's is losing the element of surprise and the element of mass. And I say that because there is no surprise. We all know it's coming. And with respect to mass, the U.S. is moving warships into the area that will be able to defend the land with sea-based air defense systems. Maybe not land-based, but sea-based air defense systems. Right. So your chances of overwhelming it go away. The other thing that we're on day 6 and we don't have a response yet. I think that there's a lot of Islamic leaders that are taking pause, right? And not necessarily pause because they want to, they want to end the war. I think they're taking pause because they realize that, the intelligence services of Israel and Mossad and all the other ones, they're pretty good, right? And if they can target these two guys back to back on, the same day and eliminate them from the face of the earth, who else are they tracking? Who else could they get to? Who else? And a lot of these guys don't want to die. They're in positions of power. It's one of the, you don't want to go. So I think there's a lot of pause being taken. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong, but maybe tomorrow they strike with a vengeance. But the longer this goes, the less likely I think it's going to happen.
Do you feel that Iran has to act based on, having to save face with that particular targeted attack in their own territory and, in Lebanon?
Yeah, I think, it's interesting. Again, they raised the revenge flag. They've whipped up their populace. They've done all the things that they would normally do. And I think now you've got a situation where you've got an Iranian population that truly thinks something's going to happen. And if it doesn't, right, at some point that population is going to go, dude, what? Literally, we got attacked on our own soil. A billionaire that we were responsible for protecting, right? Because when a diplomat travels into another country, it's not on the onus of security falls on the visited nation, right? So it was on the Iranians to protect him. That's a golden rule of security and diplomatic things. Now, that the United States actually will usually augment that with their own security forces in status of forces of agreement. But in 99% of the cases, someone who travels, a diplomat who travels into nation X, it's on nation X to defend them.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying that. Let's go to Gal to hear what's happening in Israel and how people are feeling. And let's go over to Basel after that in Syria.
Hi, I do only have a few minutes, but I also wanted to comment briefly about what I heard before with the guy from Turkey, I think, if it's possible. But if you want, I can answer first about your question.
Yeah, you could talk about it.
So maybe first about your question. Listen, I mean, first of all, Israel didn't acknowledge officially about anything that happened in Iran regarding Hania. And let's just also be, more open to other possibilities, because who knows? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this could have been some sort of conspiracy between Sinwar and the IRGC to replace Hania with Sinwar eventually, you know? That's probably the only way that Sinwar might have gained power in this way, because he was not next in line or whatever. So who knows, okay? And then it's so easy to blame Israel, whatever. As far as the threats, listen, I think that after October 7th, Israel doesn't dismiss any kind of threat, you know? After, you know, feeling that we were so deep in this misconception of the situation, misreading the situation with Hamas, etc., etc., we will probably not dismiss any threat after that. But also, I think, and I only speak, you know, for myself and the people around me, and what I'm hearing from people in Israel, it's not necessarily representative of everyone, you know. But I think there's like a limit to to how much you can threaten Israel or shock Israel or create anxiety in Israel, especially after October 7th, okay? We are aware of the threats. Yes, some people might be afraid of it, but there's not anxiety. And also, as days pass, it's not that we're becoming, what's the word I'm looking for? Shananim, like, is there a Hebrew speaker?
Complacent.
Let's say, okay, it's not that we're becoming indifferent even to you know, the threat or the risk, but it's more that we learn to live with it, you know, because we're Israelis. We learn to live with risks and threats. So if there is an attack, we're going to deal with it. Until then, we do what we usually do as Israelis. We seize the day, you know. That's, I think, about the situation with Iran. And also, we are very, very, very much aware, because some of them are definitely not ashamed of declaring it publicly, like Nasrallah, that their main weapon, because we don't consider them existential necessarily, but their main weapon towards Israel, and I do think that they actually fear from consequences of a full-scale war and escalation to that extent. So their main weapon right now on Israelis is that attempt to create anxiety and the threat and uncertainty, etc., etc. They absolutely try to weaponize it with different ways, and we are very much aware of it. So it's not really working, but I don't know, maybe people that I don't personally know, I don't know. That's about that. The other thing I wanted to say briefly about the previous guy from Turkey, as he said, I'm not sure. I don't really, I'm not able to understand Turkey, or from his point of view, you know, in general, because it sounds so strange to me. The only explanation I can give to his point of view, and I'll try to explain, is only a religious point of view and a religious radicalization, because otherwise I don't see how someone like him from Turkey, let's say, can look at the situation in the way that he does, because the only thing I've heard that might explain it is Muslim children, because from what he described, everything about Turkey from his point of view is the same situation that Israel is being put in right now, because it's a country that feels it's threatened on its borders, and it's been blamed for genocide, many, by the way, actions of a genocide, and he feels it's wrongly so, that there wasn't any genocide. I don't know, by the way. I try very hard not to judge other countries without being directly involved with the information. But as far as I know about at least the Armenians, let's say he will have to convince me that there wasn't a genocide. But he feels this way, okay? And at the same time of him saying that he feels threatened on Turkey's borders, threatened by other countries, wrongly accused with a genocide, and it's a sovereign country, like I said, that's been threatened. And he's sitting here, and blaming Israel for doing a genocide, ignoring completely with the fact that Israel is currently threatened actively from all its borders and on all its borders, and from other countries such as Turkey, okay? Because Erdogan constantly threatened Israel, and Israel never threatened Turkey in any way, but he sits here and he says Israel wants to, I think I heard him, wants to expand to be whatever. Never. There's no such thing. What else did he say? I'm trying to remember. He said that that Israel was convicted in a genocide. Did I hear it right? It's absolutely fabrication.
He was referring to the ICJ South Africa bringing the case.
But it's not a conviction.
Right.
It's not a conviction.
Agreed.
It's an accusation, which is a huge difference, okay? A huge difference. As a lawyer, I will tell you that there is close to nothing that you have to do for your case to be accepted for deliberation, but then you actually have to deliberate the case, to show evidence, to make your arguments, for the actual case. So this is not a conviction. It's very far from a conviction, but he related to it as a conviction. You know who was convicted, by the way, who was ordered to stop a genocide recently? Russia. Russia was ordered to stop a genocide. What did they do? Did Turkey condemn Russia in any way? I don't remember that. But anyway, so, and while he was talking, I was looking, on this name that he has and his profile, and he has next to his profile this finger symbol of Islam. I'm not sure if you noticed it or if you know it, but this finger symbol is actually, it's a religious custom, let's say, that Muslims have of, pointing to God, to Allah. And it's referring to the Shahada, the classic Shahada, there's no God other than Allah, etc. But this symbol was vastly used by who? ISIS. Okay? ISIS used that symbol constantly. I'm not saying he's ISIS because this is like a basic religious symbolism in Islam. But ISIS used it as their main symbol for everything that they did, as far as they're concerned, in the name of Allah, as a religious war. So he's sitting here and saying that Israel declared a religious war while he's using the symbol of a religious war in the name of Islam. And he's telling me that the only reason that he's blaming Israel, or Turkey people are blaming Israel, is because they feel for Muslim children. He does not give, a fuck about the Israeli children that were genocided in October 7th, because this was a genocide, and I will vouch for it. There's no way to deliberate it in the ICJ, but this was a genocide because there was an intent to destroy a group of people. Anyway, I land my plane. I land my plane. Just my whole point is, I don't understand. I have no explanation to the twisted argument that he set here in the name of Turkish people against Israel, because I would imagine that they will identify completely with Israel. The only reason that I can see is a religious hate. That's all. Or maybe propaganda and brainwash. I don't know why. But it's sad for me because we don't hate Turkey people. We have no animosity with them. I feel that it's completely ridiculous. That's it.
Thank you, Gal. Appreciate the sentiment and explaining how things are going in Israel. I can say that I agree with you that domestically, one of the most important things in Israel, if you'll notice, the population is very resilient, even if they're under constant attack or under a threat like this from Iran. Like, for example, after October 7th, they dropped from 4th place to 5th place on the World Happiness Index, meaning it's quite a happy population that doesn't seem to relent to a terrorist threat. So Iran sort of holding this over the population is probably bothersome, maybe for a couple of days, but afterwards people adjust, they go on with their lives and they continue, which can't be said for all populations in the world facing this kind of a threat. I'm not sure how the United States, for example, would respond to living under that kind of pressure. So that said, I want to go back to Colonel Jeff and Andreas as well, since we have them here right now. And I want to ask this. What are the risks for a regional war? Is this something that you think is not going to happen, as far as like this is just a whole bunch of saber rattling, or is there a potential for some escalation? I know you've been paying attention to Europe, Colonel Jeff, because you're living there. So how similar would you say the Middle East is right now with this kind of a potential for a regional war being backed by superpowers like Russia and China supporting Iran? How would you characterize my claim that this potentially is an attempt to drag the United States into a third front so that it won't be able to deal with Russia and Ukraine, Iran and Israel, as well as China versus Taiwan simultaneously? How would you respond to that?
Yeah, so I think sometimes nations truly forget how powerful, right, the United States is. And I'm not talking about powerful from just, wielding strength, but I'm talking financially. I mean, it's a quarter of the global GDP comes from the United States, right? Another quarter of the GDP comes from Europe. So between the NATO forces, you have half of the globe's GDP, right? And when I hear people talk about, nation X is just trying to piss off the United States and drag it into war, I kind of chuckle and I'm like, yeah, I don't, in 1941, I don't think that worked out so well for Japan. Right. And this whole idea that, Japan's like, well, we'll drag them into this war and then we'll put them on a two-front war because they can't, abandon their allies in Europe and then they can't fight us. And then two-front, no one can win a two-front war. It's Clausewitz and Sun Tzu have said it, and we did. Right. So I often caution people when they say, that this is an effort to drag the United States into war. Going back to the bigger issue, though, is there potential for regional conflict? Sure. I think that, there's a tinderbox that exists in the Middle East right now, and it's existed for a long time. And it really just takes one or two key sparks or activities to actually get it there. And the rhetoric is pretty high right now. It's excessive. And, it wouldn't take much. I think if you're the United States, you're cautious because you don't want, escalation. You don't want to go into this. And we've got an administration in Washington right now at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue who is extremely adverse to escalation, right? So I think they've proven that time and time again. So to suggest that the United States is, interested, it's factually false, right? So, that's the first thing. The second thing is if you're Russia, man, this becomes a bit of a challenge, right? Because if Israel and Iran and Turkey and they all start going to war, the resources they'll need for that war are going to be consumed by them, right? So the notion that drones from Iran can still be sent into Russia become a challenge, right? And Russia's depending on Ukrainian weapons. I mean, who in 2012 had on their bingo card that the second largest military in the world was going to be in 12 years reliant on Iran for supplying weapons because it just didn't have enough? I mean, that's crazy, right? To suggest that today we're looking at a situation where Iran is providing Russia weapons because it just can't manufacture enough. So I think that hurts Russia too, right? So there's a lot of reasons against it. But that being said, I'll say this delicately because I know there's an election coming up, right? But I think that this lack of firmness coming out of Washington, D.C. on foreign policy and international security has created some rabble rousing, if you will, with people thinking they can get away with things that under other presidents they probably couldn't.
Okay, and then just to pick your mind a little bit further on this topic, I understand and respect what you said about dragging the U.S. into another front. Now, here's my question. The U.S. had some issues getting munitions over to Ukraine as well as Israel. Israel was concerned, hey, we're not going to be able to get supplied because they're kind of getting depleted in Ukraine. And they were asking Israel to release munitions that were stored in Israel. They wanted to deploy them in Ukraine. So with that being said, during that time, would it be that ludicrous to say that if the U.S. is running out of munitions to send over to Ukraine, and it's sort of getting dragged into the Middle East right now with all the saber rattling from Iran and its proxies, and China having a vastly larger naval force in the South China Sea with 10 ships versus 1 compared to the U.S., as well as anti-ship ground missiles that it can launch from the mainland, take out whatever carrier groups move into the region. Why would it be not in their interest to, quote unquote, drag the U.S. into a war in the Middle East and assume that it'll be easier for them to take over Taiwan?
Yeah, so a lot to chew on there, right? The first
Sorry
one
about
is
that.
no, that's okay. The first thing that I kind of the United States is not necessarily running out of weapons to send to Ukraine. The United States is running out of political will to send weapons to Ukraine, right? So there's plenty of weapons that can go, right?
I stand corrected.
And to be fair, the United States military-industrial complex has started ramping up production, right? So there's more coming. I think if you look at what South Korea is sending in and other nations, it's interesting, right? I just read a report. I want to say it was a couple of weeks ago. The European Union has provided more weapons and more assets to Ukraine than the United States. Now, I get it. That's a conglomeration of countries, but that's still a pretty big deal. The war reserves that the United States has with respect to weapons in both the European theater and the Pacific theater, you can actually look those up online. That's not classified. We're sitting on a shit ton of weapons, right? And I think, and China's not stupid, right? President Xi and his military planners are completely aware that even if the United States started to deplete some of the weapons that to go into Ukraine to actually help Ukraine against Russia, these are the war against Taiwan is a completely different war, right? It is not a land war at mass at the beginning. There's it's the Taiwan Straits to get through first. So there's a lot of there's a huge naval component to the beginning of that war. And if you're not successful at the beginning, you definitely ain't going to be successful at the end, right? So these are the types of weapons that you need for those two wars are greatly different. PACOM is very happy. The Pacific Command, the U.S. Pacific Command, right, Indo-PACOM, is very happy with the amount of weapons and the capabilities it has at its disposal to deal with China. Should that be become an order from Washington? But I don't think I don't think that this is a situation. I'll twist this around for you, right? So, we're all aware of what's going on in the news, right? Ukraine actually violated Russia's border and has made a massive charge into the Kursk Oblast north of the Donbass and Kharkiv, right? And they've had some success, right? I'm sure Russia's going to respond at some point and then send forces. But what I find fascinating is this. Russia, the Kremlin, the war planners of Russia, decided to actually not man or minimally man a border with an active combatant during war, right? I mean, this is the border between Russia and Ukraine, and you're at war with Ukraine. You would think, right, that you would man that border. And if you choose not to, and you choose to accept that risk, like you're Vladimir Putin, you're going to accept that risk and you're going to say, okay, we're not going to man this border. There's a reason you did that. So there's the potential that, look, everyone's talking about Ukraine running out of manpower and resources, and it's true. They're a smaller country. They are resource constrained. That is a very fair statement. But now to suggest that Russia is also not resource constrained, I think is probably a little foolhardy, because if you're not resource constrained, you're going to have people on those borders. Now, if you're other nations, let's say Latvia, let's say Finland, or other nations, and you're like, holy cow, Russia's not got anybody on the borders. Or if you're President Xi, it would, I mean, if you're truly a Chinese leader who's looking for a way to increase your territorial gains, instead of looking to the east, you might want to look west, because it's going to be far less defended than trying to go get Taiwan.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. I think we have a couple of hands. We have Basel. Go ahead, Basel.
Hello, Daniel. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the space. Thank you for inviting me. I want to put some points regarding this important topics. First of all, I'm an American Syrian activist, and I want to share with you some information. First, I want to remind you guys that 2 days before Ismail Haniyeh assassination, we all heard the hate speech from Erdogan to Israel, which is, of course, based on religious background hate speech. And at the time when I heard the news that Ismail Haniyeh got assassinated, all the eyes, I realize, are on Iran, waiting to see their reaction, how it's going to be, where my eyes were on Erdogan, because let me tell you that Ismail Haniyeh is Erdogan's main proxy in the region. Not anybody noticed that, but Ismail Haniyeh used to live in Istanbul, used to be hosted by Erdogan in his palace, and all the radicals who supports Erdogan are supporters of Hamas as well. So basically, I realized this assassination was a strong message from Israel to Erdogan, because he threatened Israel that, let me remind Gal, I'm not sure if she's here with us, she was like saying, what was that about the hate speech? Erdogan was directly threatened Israel that he will get involved in the war, Israel-Palestinian war, the same way he got involved in Libya and Azerbaijan. So this is like a direct threat, like he's gonna use military interference in the war. So basically, by assassinating Ismail Haniyeh, it's not just a strong message from Israel to what's called the axle of resistance, but also it's a strong message to Erdogan. And for our friend here, Andreas, let me assure you that not all Turkish are like bad or evil minds, like same like Erdogan and Erdogan tight circles. Let me assure you that a lot of people, especially the west side of Turkey, they are our true allies, and we need them to stay in the NATO. So we cannot say, okay, we need to take Turkey out of the NATO and they are a state of terrorism. No, it's not. And I agree with Colonel Jeff that things are not just black or white. No, it's a gray, shady things. Other thing, what I'm concerned about is that Erdogan is trying to play behind the scene and using his proxies. And we all know that Erdogan mastered the war of proxy after Syrian war. He has his radicals in Syria. He has his connections now is getting stronger with Putin. And this is what I'm concerned about. Erdogan is now trying to get supports from Russia, at the same time try to get his bonds with Iran tight. By attacking Ismail Haniyeh, you attack the bridge between Turkey and Iran, because Ismail Haniyeh was the bridge between Erdogan and Iran. But also, Erdogan he has other ways to get close to Iran through Russia now. This is what I'm concerned about. And this is why Putin is pushing Erdogan now to be to bring back the relationship with Al-Assad. And Al-Assad, we know, is the main bridge between Russia and Iran. So basically, Erdogan is trying to strengthen his Hamas proxy radicals by getting closer to Iran. And maybe this is what I heard from the Syrian radicals who are Erdogan supporters, that Erdogan, maybe he will send to Hamas militia groups in Lebanon Bergdar or drones, like similar to Bergdars, to attack Israel. So the question is, Erdogan going to a war against Israel directly? My answer is no. But is Erdogan going to hurt Israel? My answer is yes, by using his proxies. And now I'm afraid that he will use Russia and Iran to support Hamas in Lebanon, in the south of Lebanon, and maybe support Hezbollah, who knows, to attack Israel. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Basil. I appreciate it. I want to go back to our, because we're probably getting ready to wrap up, we have, again, our distinguished speakers here with us, and I want to make sure that we get to them and utilize their knowledge of the situation as much as possible. So let's turn our attention. I was going to go over Greece and Cyprus and what their role would be in this particular conflict. I'm wondering whether that's something Andreas maybe can speak to, and then maybe let's shift gears to the UAE, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Egypt, and after that just deal with the day after and wrap up. So thank you so much, guys, for sticking with us this whole time, both to the audience as well as to our speakers. So Andreas, if you look at the Greek and Cypriot point of view when it comes to Iran, where do they stand in this regional conflict?
You have to know that the last 20 years we have a very good cooperation between Greece, Cyprus, and Israel. Don't forget that we have now, the last years, a trilateral scheme between Greece, Cyprus, Israel, and of course, and the US. And don't forget that before, I think 1 month, the terror leader of Hezbollah, threatened Cyprus. He said, if you remember, that if you continue to help Israel, then after this, we will send bombs. Of course, I think that behind this voice was also Erdogan, the same voice. Also, Erdogan says again all this against Greece and Cyprus. So, yes, I think that this threat by Hezbollah, by Nasrallah, was very big. And of course, he was meaning that, we have in Cyprus a British base, and some fighter jets are making operations in the Middle East, and that was a provocative statement by Hezbollah against Cyprus. But you have to know that Cyprus and Israel, not only the two Cyprus, Greek and Cypriot governments, and they still have many commons, and they have to know our enemies. I said before, we don't want war, but we have many commons, and they have to know that the last years we have many exercises between Greece and Israel, especially. We have blue flag exercise in Israel, between Greece, Israel, and other countries. Also, we have Greek exercise in Neohos in Greece, is hosted by Greece, and we have Israel fighter jets in Greece. We have many exercises between Greece and Cyprus. And also we have had before a few years Noble Dina, a naval exercise between Greece, Israel, and US. We have many commons. And don't forget that there is a big project. We will see if it will become true in the future. We have EastMed project, a big project for Greece, Israel, and Cyprus. We have some problems about this project, but me and other people in Greece support this project, but some other guys from Greece, from Greek government, doesn't support this project. So we have many commons. You have to know, our viewers, they have to know that Greece will buy a lot of Israel weapons. We have also Israel weapons in Greece. Also, we have...
Can you briefly just give us a rundown of which missile systems you just bought?
Base, and I think that if Israel have a problem in the future, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I think there's a lag on your side.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I think there's a little bit of a lag.
Sorry. Yes, I have some problems.
If you could just let us know, what are the missile systems that you bought from us? Was it the Arrow 3?
We want also Greece and Cyprus to buy some weapons from Israel, such as Barak, maybe we will see, and other weapons. Also,
can you explain to us what that is?
Barak. Can you hear me?
Yes, it means lightning.
Okay. Barak, it's a system, surface-to-air missile system, and maybe Greece will buy this from Israel. I'm not specialized on the characteristics of weapons, but it's a very strong weapon. Also, we want something like Iron Dome in Greece, and also you have to know that in Greece, in Greek islands, we have some anti-drone systems. We have put these systems in some Greek islands in order to prevent Turkish Bayraktars, Turkish UAVs, to violate Greek airspace. And Israel helps Greece about this. So we support Israel. Whenever Israel has a problem, we'll be stand on Israel. And you have to know that this commons between Israel, Greece, and Cyprus will continue. Turkey wants to prevent this, want to stop this. And if you remember, we made an event before.
I just want to interject for a second. When Israel sells weapon systems to Turkey, this has to be approved by the United States. So it's not happening, bilaterally. It has to have American agreement to this kind of a thing.
Yes.
They will approve
also,
Greeks.
Can I continue?
Of course, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. As I said, we want to develop, Greece has plans to develop an air defense system it's sophisticated like Iron Dome. And as I said before, this is very important. We have some anti-drone systems in the Greek islands. So I have many commons with Israel, and I want to speak also if Iran will make an aggressive hit against Israel. I think now that Iran is humiliated, of course, for another time by Israel. And I think that also maybe Iran will have big problems with this proxy organization. But on the other side, as I'm reading and I'm posting some articles, also Russia want to help Iran with some missiles. And as we know all, Iran sent to Russia some kamikaze drones against Ukraine. But I think that we have all the West powers to centralize that the biggest threat now is not only Iran, it's also China. And as we spoke before, there is the threat against the invasion against Taiwan. But this is another topic. As I said before, Iran, I think that is humiliated by Israel for another time. And also this Iran regime will have problem with proxy organizations and also with the people in Iran, that people are big victims from this Iran regime. And I think that with his way, Mr. Netanyahu and Israel government, on the future, I think that they will try to create more problems in Iran. I think that this hit in Tehran against Haniyeh, it was a big message for Iran, and I think that they will think twice in order to make an aggressive operation against Israel. But Israel has the respect, and they will stand with Israel. Also, U.S., Greece, Cyprus, and other countries. Israel is not alone, and I believe that Iran, on the future, will have a lot of problems. And we are with the people of Iran, okay? Because, as I said before, also in Turkey and Iran, the people there are the first victims. But don't forget, some people, and this is big true, they want to disappear Israel from the map. The Iranian regime and all these proxy organizations, they want this. Also, some people in Iran, but nobody will try and will achieve this because we stand with Israel.
Thank you so much, Andreas. And that was actually the perfect segue when you said that the interception of the Iranian projectiles the first time was humiliating. I'm not 100% sure because Iran did let people know that this was coming, and they probably didn't want to escalate into an all-out war. So there's some controversy about this, and who knows what the truth is. And I have to say also, it's not a proven fact that Israel did in fact eliminate Haniyeh. So it could be a false flag. Who knows? It's all smoke and mirrors in the Middle East. Hard to say what's really going on. But that said, maybe Colonel Jeff can speak to the whole issue of intercepting those projectiles. We know that the KSA and Jordan got involved, in Britain and maybe France and the United States. How was this done? Will it be done again? What kind of equipment was used? We know that the F-35s were very helpful. Any thoughts on the technology involved and the different missile systems, maybe?
Yeah, I think, we know what Israel has, right? And of course they have F-35s and F-16s, and they can do AIM-120 or AMRAAM missiles to shoot down any kind of drones that are coming. But now that you've got U.S. warships there, right? You've got Spy 1, Spy 2 radars. So these are radars that are up on the superstructures of the U.S. warships. They're phased array radars that are exceptionally good. And they're used to guide Standard 1, Standard 2 missiles that come out of silos out of the ship, right? And these missiles are, there's plenty on the boats. And like I said, the longer Iran waits, the more U.S. and potentially other Western ships will come in, and that blanket of air defense that goes over Israel is just getting thicker and thicker and thicker. So it's almost pointless right now if you're Iran. I don't see you getting any missiles through, and I see you escalating. And I think ever since October 7th, Bibi Netanyahu, it's interesting, right? He was in an interview, I want to say it was yesterday or 2 days ago, and he basically apologized, right? He apologized that October 7th happened. I mean, he didn't come out and clearly say, I'm sorry, but he pseudo-apologized. He says, I wished, I look back and I second guess and I think, what could I have done to stop this? And he said, I realized there's only one way to stop these things from happening. It's a profound statement, and somehow it's slipping everyone's mind. And I think Bibi Netanyahu is to the point right now where conditional ceasefires and conditional surrenders and all these things that have been happening for decades in the Middle East, they don't work, right? And he is going to press the test and continue all the way to the point where it is an unconditional situation. That whether it's Lebanon and Hezbollah to the north or whether it's Palestinians, basically they're going to say, please stop fighting, we give up, and you set the conditions, right? In other words, we don't get to come to the table. You sit down, you write out what those conditions are, and we will agree to them. It's how World War I or World War II ended in Europe. It's how World War II ended in Japan. It's how the Civil War in the United States ended. Unconditional surrender is one of the few ways in which war completely, truly ends.
I agree with you. Thank you so much for that. Actually, everyone says Netanyahu is an extreme right-winger, and they characterize the Israeli government as such. But the truth is, Netanyahu is kind of a centrist. He's not very much to the right at all. There's a lot of Israelis who feel that he's not to the right enough. And very ironically, you have left-wingers who are accusing him of not being strong enough on security, besides right-wingers who are doing it. He's just got a right-wing coalition, but that's because he's a politician and he needs to stay in power, and he found a way to do it, and because that's how you do it in a parliament. Now, the thing is, people seem to forget that in 2017, it was Lieberman, his defense minister, who told him, hey, you got to go into Gaza and you got to destroy Hamas. And Netanyahu said, no, actually, there are bigger considerations. I can't do this right now. He didn't specify why. I don't blame him. These are matters of national security. But Lieberman quit. So this kind of idea that Netanyahu is a warmonger is very far from the truth. Actually, there are some people on the left who accuse him of not going and being too risk averse when it comes to defense. But that said, which carrier groups, which carrier strike groups or group is right now in the Mediterranean? And was it a combination of these ships as well as ground forces, perhaps in Saudi Arabia or wherever these bases are, that took out those projectiles from Iran, or was it just the naval groups?
I know the Eisenhower was in theater. She's returned to port. I don't know who took her place, and I don't feel comfortable speaking to all of who did what, but I know that there was a lot of assistance. It's probably a nice way to say that.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to ask stuff that's not public. Okay, so we talked a little bit about UAE, KSA, Jordan, Egypt. I think Andreas, is he still with us? I'm not really sure. Maybe he had to go. So what's next? You have, and we're going to wrap up after this. I'll go to the hands that are up, but we have Israel doing what it did in Lebanon. We don't know that they were behind Hania, but then we have a response presumably coming back from Iran. Where does this all end? What's next? How does this look like? What can we expect as spectators from thousands of miles away? Is this something that has the potential to escalate, or is this just kind of the normal course of affairs in the Middle East where you have a conflict, it flares up for a while, but no big deal, it'll go back to normal soon? how concerned are people? I know in Ukraine there's this concern where the Russians, when it comes to nuclear weapons, are more of a on a spectrum where they don't necessarily see it as a binary thing, either nuclear attack or no nuclear attack. They just kind of see it as a gradual escalation where if they need to use low yield nuclear weapons, they'll escalate to that. If they need to use bigger weapons, they will escalate however they see fit. So is that the kind of thing that we can think about when it comes to the Middle East, or is that just too dramatic and not something we need to be concerned about? I'll leave it to Colonel Jeff and Andreas to give us our thoughts about that.
Yeah, why don't you let Andreas go first?
Okay. Because I have a problem before. Can you hear me now? It's okay.
Oh yeah, all good.
Okay. Thank you. As I told before, I believe that now Iran is humiliated. I believe that it will not have a big escalation on this front. I think that Iran understands that now Israel is not playing games. Okay, and I believe that Iran maybe will try to reply with proxy organizations, but I think that we will see pictures like Hezbollah to send rockets. Of course, this is a big provocative action, of course, but maybe it's a risk for me, this prediction. But I think that we will not see something like April. This is my opinion, and I believe that Iran has not the power. Okay, they have a big propaganda like Turkey. We are seeing that all these years that Iran is a big country, a power country, but we are seeing that they have fighter jets by 1970. Okay, they don't have helicopters. Okay, they have some missiles, but from Russia they have some kamikaze drones. But Israel has this Iron Dome and Sea Dome and everything, all these systems, and it's very difficult for Iran to respond. I believe that the response from Iran will be from proxy organizations, maybe from Hezbollah, Hamas. Okay, they don't have power now. Israel is a big country, and Hamas has disorganized and from this operation in Gaza. And I think that all the eyes on the future maybe will have to be on the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. We'll see what is taking place there. And as I said before, I believe that the big threat will be on the future in maybe we'll have a conflict between China, USA about the big issue of Taiwan. China is a provocative country, and I think that the biggest threat is there. And yes, I believe this is my prediction. Will not have a big response from Iran, maybe from proxy organization.
Got it. Thank you so much. Well, that's encouraging. Colonel Jeff?
Yeah, I'm kind of in line with Andreas, right? So I don't think that I think that Iran is humiliated. I think he's 100% correct. I think that to have this happen in their own backyard, and the guy who probably was the #1 most marked man, he's public enemy #1 in Israel, and they got to him, and got to him in a pretty surgical way, right? So they figured out pattern of life, the intelligence party's work. They analyzed all this, and I think also if you're Iran, you know that the missile barrages aren't going to work, right? So if I'm in Iran's inner circle and their military strategists, I would be arguing strongly against any kind of missile attack. I would say, look, if we're going to do something, we need to do it somewhat similar in kind, right? So I think that they're going to try to find a way to actually, over maybe a month or 2 months, or leverage intelligence that they currently have to actually, get in and place some kind of bomb or try and take out some high value target in Israel to do something in kind. I don't know how they do that. I think that it would be really hard to get into Israel and make something like that happen. But you're going to waste millions and millions of dollars on missiles, and if you can't get any of them through, that again, as Andreas says, puts a black eye and embarrasses Iran again, because you just shot 300 missiles at Israel and none of them got through. What was the value in that?
Are you at all concerned about, is it 150,000 laser-guided rockets and missiles and other types of rockets that Hezbollah has in combination with the Houthis and the Iraqi militias who haven't unleashed any kind of meaningful barrage as of yet? So if they were to do all of that, as well as Iran unleashing another barrage, would they have any chance of exhausting the Iron Dome?
So, it's one thing to say that you have 150,000 laser-guided missiles, but then you got to you got to analyze that a little bit. Peel the onion back. Who's going to laze for 150,000 missiles, right? I mean, a laser-guided missile only works if there's someone providing a laser designator onto a target, right? So who in Israel or what airborne platform is going to be able to laze to guide these missiles? And the answer is few, if any, are going to be able to do that.
Maybe
so are you going to go ahead?
Maybe satellites?
No, so I don't believe that Lebanon has the technology or Hezbollah to get a geosynchronous satellite that has enough power. Because remember, if you're trying to laser designate from space, not only does the laser have to come all the way through the ionosphere and the stratosphere, but then it's got to come through the troposphere, which is really, really dirty for lasers, right? And the troposphere attenuates lasers really fast. So I don't even know if the United States would have true capability to do laser designating from space. So I don't think, are you going to shoot these rockets all dumb? Maybe you shoot them dumb and just kind of do the YOLO, you only live once and lock them off. But again, if Hezbollah attacks, right? If Hezbollah launches all these missiles, it is very clear to, I think, the world and especially the Middle East at this point that Bibi Netanyahu is not going to stand down, right? That he is going to continue. And if you have if you launch all these missiles, you are welcoming F-16s and F-35s over your airspace nonstop for a pounding, just like Gaza got. And it's going to be extremely ugly. It's going to be horrible. You don't have the air power to defend it. And more importantly, the ground-based air defense systems that you bought from Russia, the S-300s and the S-400s and all these things, they have proven to woefully underperform from what Russia has claimed. And look, I realize some people argue that is just me saying this. It's a fact. And I can give you proof on that, but I'll tell you, instead of giving you all the data analytics, the number one example of why Russian systems are really failing right now is this. In the fall of last year, at the third largest air show in the world, the Dubai Air Show, the only one, the third largest, no, by the way, not in Europe, right? So Farnborough in the UK and Paris are the two European ones. The largest one outside of Europe, Russia rolled out the red carpet. They spent millions of dollars prepping to actually woo and win customers for their military-industrial complex, right? Selling Su-30s, Su-57s, MiG-29s, ground-based air defense systems like the S-300 and the S-400 and all this stuff. They received zero orders for any of their equipment. So if their equipment was really as good as they say, it wouldn't be zero. right? There's plenty of countries out there that would love to buy these systems, right? Or would love to buy ground-based air defense systems and not have them be shit. So look, Hezbollah and knows that they are in trouble. I don't see them launching those missiles.
Got it. Makes sense. Now, I saw kind of an interesting video that I'm going to put on the screen right now.
Vulnerable
It's short. It's
because you're
basically
vulnerable at a main airbase if you get a cruise missile.
Just to clarify, this is the Swedes showing how they, since the 60s, they developed a system of landing on highways and refueling and resupplying their jet fighters on highways because they were concerned about Russian cruise missiles and taking out their air bases since they weren't part of NATO.
Missile attack or whatever you see in Ukraine, you know, the whole base can be destroyed. There is no way to lift off with your aircraft or land and refuel and so on. So with this system you have multiple small road strips all over the country, so we can just drop down. Since it's a lot shorter and narrower, you have to be more careful where to point your nose, of course. You don't have that much margin in case anything goes wrong.
We started in the 60s to design the system. You must remember, Sweden, non-allied country, neighbor to Soviet Union, we have always perceived the threat from the east, that we have to be able to leave our Air Force bases very rapidly. And this is a part of that. So I'll say it's a part of our DNA.
Okay, so my question based on that was, what should Israel do something like this? Should they consider, having not so much their resources in all of their air bases, since, for example, Iran tried to hit their F-35 base last time? Would this be a smart thing for Israel to maybe consider, or is that just kind of crazy?
I think they should consider, Saab, they have disparate, they have a strategy not to centralize everything in Sweden, so they have multiple air bases, diversified.
Very interesting. Oops, sorry. My phone ran out of batteries. So, okay, that was just neither here nor there. It was just kind of a fun little tidbit. I do want to thank Colonel Jeff and Andreas for their insights today, and to everyone who participated. From what we heard, it seems like the risk of escalation is relatively low for now, which is good news. U.S. appears to be in a strong defensive position, and there's a lot of confidence in American capabilities, not just in the Middle East and in Ukraine, but also in critical areas like the South China Sea. So we're going to keep a close eye on all these developments, and be sure to join us next time for more of the world's most pressing issues. Before we close down the space, I would be happy to keep the event going if you guys want to. I know right now we were focused on having our speakers do most of the talking because we're lucky enough to have them here with us. If our speakers want to stick around and answer audience questions, they're most welcome to. But please, guys, there's absolutely no pressure because I know it's late where you are and it's a Friday night. I hope our speakers come back and talk to us again. I know Andreas is coming back, but Colonel Jeff, you're very, very much invited to come back. Hope you will. And again, thank you very much for all the audience to tuning in, and definitely look out for future events. With that said, I'll open up the floor for first of all, for our speakers to say any parting words. And then if they want to stick around, you guys are welcome to come up and ask them questions. I know there was a couple of people who had their hands up and we didn't get to them yet. So I encourage you to come back up and ask your questions.
Yeah. So hey, thanks for the engagement, and I really appreciated it. A great opportunity. You are right. It is late here. It's about a half hour to midnight, and I've got a big play date with my little 3-year-old tomorrow morning that I'm looking forward to. So instead of going out and ripping it up here in Europe, I'm going to go to bed and be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed
Perfectly
to try and
understandable.
kick the 3-year-old around for a while. And but I'll be back. Greatly appreciate it. And I do want to say to Ace of Spades, thanks for the back channel information. There's a gentleman out there that is pestering me, and it was great to see some people try and put him in his place. But it is what it is. You can't have 21,000 followers and not have a couple people who don't like you. So it just happens. But thanks again. You guys have a great night, and I'll talk to you later.
Thank you so much for coming. Really hope to have you back. Ignore the haters. Really, all of us love you. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us on this Friday night. Can't tell you how grateful I am that you came. Go ahead, Andreas.
Good night from me. Thank you for this event. And we hope that peace will remain in our area. And I hope all these organizations, Turkey, also Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, to stop to trying to destabilize our area. Okay, we have to go ahead. We are not in before some ages. Now we are in a new age, so we have to prevent all this war. But if they are making provocative actions, we have to answer to them. But I believe that it's time to stop all this. But when you have in front of you all these fanatics, people, Muslim Brotherhood and whatever, it's difficult. But I hope that peace will be win. It will be the winner.
Spartans! What is your profession?
Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Andreas. I didn't have the one with the. Oh, are you still here? Okay. Anyway, it looks like Andreas is. Oh, okay.
No, I'm here.
Okay, yeah. So, guys, the floor is open. You can come back up if you want to ask questions. I'm here. I'm happy to engage. We have other people here. Andreas is still here. No pressure, Andreas, if you got to go. We know it's really late where you are. But please feel free. I know, Dan E., you had your hand up before, and Saeed as well. You feel free to chime in, or anybody else who has a question.
Yes, I'll be happy to ask a question, if I may. So basically, we were talking here about the relations between China and Taiwan and the situation between Iran and Israel. And I want to converge between the two of the topics. So in the last couple of years, China is seen as a patron to Iran. And there is lots of credit given from China to Iran, given Iran's economical situation. And China is continuously abstaining from overt and direct security-related issues in the Middle East. Notwithstanding that, Iran may have an appetite to increase its aggression through its proxies, and we see it happening. And by that, Iran is obscuring the elephant in the room. That is fulfilling its nuclear aspirations. So this is something we weren't speaking about. The possibility that this whole war of attrition we're seeing in Israel. By the way, I'm from Israel. I also did a master's in international security, and I also served in the Iron Dome. So I know a bit about this stuff. My question is, if all this war of attrition is not obscuring the fact that Iran may be close to a nuclear bomb and may change the balance of power in the Middle East, and that can also lead China to be more hawkish in its aspirations towards Taiwan. Thank you.
Well, maybe give us more of your thoughts. You were very patient waiting, and we're happy to listen to what you have to say.
So I think that this situation we're seeing now with Iran tit-for-tatting through Hezbollah, rockets to Israel, and eventually threatening to attack Israel from its own territory again, and this time using proxies in Iraq and Yemen, etc. This is all being coordinated with Western entities, and the intelligence, the moment things are going to happen, will be fully streamed towards Israeli and regional actors that can defend from this attack. So actually, in my opinion, and by the way, I'm very not worried about this, because I believe, in my opinion, that this attack will be thwarted, if not canceled completely, because of the lack of strategic interest that Iran has in this. But we can see here a game that is pre-planned by Iran and played well with all the actors to, in my opinion, stage escalation, while in the background, Iran is enjoying all this tit-for-tat and trying to obscure its aspirations for a nuclear bomb that they might be arriving to very soon. So I think what we can see here is a situation where Israel must pass the Rubicon, and a ceasefire or a de-escalation of the situation is cannot be accepted by Israel or from any other countries in the Abraham Accords, because a nuclear Iran can lead to a complete change in the balance of power in the Middle East, and it can be a huge opportunity for the geopolitical axis of Iran, China, and Russia to change the face of the Middle East and allow China to focus its own power on its own regional interests, while leaving the Middle East to be in a state where the West has less influence inside it. With speaking about that, I must say that I hope that Israel and the Abraham Alliance, like Benjamin Netanyahu called it in his speech in the Congress, will lead a regional offense against the proxies of Iran and against Iran itself, and not try to de-escalate the situation, because the future might be much more worrisome than now.
Thank you. Appreciate your input. I think we've got another hand up with Sean.
Hey, Varmishan. Hi, everyone. Hey, yes. I joined a little late. I think it's a great space. Lot of geopolitics being discussed, so that interested me. So I just have one question about the Iron Dome. I know it is very capable, and it has proven to be most effective, deterrence against the missile attacks. The question is more towards if Iran uses any, low-flying cheap drones to attack, will Iron Dome will be able to protect that kind of attack? Or if they use some, they don't have to use. I don't know whether they have it. If they have any, access to hypersonic missiles from Russia, or some sort of, missiles which takes very less time, because the distance between Iran and Israel is very, very close, right? So if that is the case, whether the Iron Dome can, defend that kind of attack. So if you can answer that, I'll go to the next.
So I'm going to let Dan answer that, but just really quickly, the drones, they take several hours to get from Iran to Israel. They don't move so fast. So a lot of F-35s were shooting them down. But as far as what the Iron Dome was designed for, was more for rockets, not so much, hypersonic missiles or ballistic missiles. There are different missile systems in Israel that have different purposes, and they are designed to take out projectiles from different altitudes. in different trajectories. So I'm going to let Dan talk about that since he said he was involved with the Iron Dome.
Yes, thank you for this. Basically, Israel has a three-layer defense. It starts with the Iron Dome on the lowest stage. The second stage is a blend of David Sling and Patriot. And the third stage is the Arrow system that is pointed towards ballistic threats, also outer space ballistic threats. So what I wanted to say regarding the drone case is that, first of all, Iron Dome, since its initiation, was improved many times, and many blocks have been changed, and now we're in a very advanced position where Iron Dome can also intercept aircraft, including drones. David Sling is the go-to weapon for intercepting drones and cruise missiles, in addition to aircraft. And by the way, there is a new system entering and to be the lowest layer of defense. That is the Iron Beam. The Israeli defense industry succeeded in producing some kind of low, not an expensive system of lasers to intercept low incoming threats, if it's rockets, if it's mortars, and if it's low flying drones. In addition to this, the Israeli military is considering the repurchasing of Vulcans to be situated in outposts in the north and also on APCs. And by the way, this is a system that was in the past in the arms of the Israeli Defense Forces, specifically the Air Defense Network, called by that time the Anti-Aircraft Forces. And it's something that Israel is reconsidering to arm its forces with in order to intercept low-flying drones. So that's my 2 cents on this.
Sorry for the misstatement there, Dan. I agree. I guess what I was referring to was that because it's better not to wait for the drones to get all the way to Israel and shoot them down with the Iron Dome, I think they were getting a little more proactive and sent jets out to intercept the drones while they were en route. But yeah, I'm sorry, drones are getting shot down as well. So can you walk us through maybe some of the other missile systems after Sean responds with their question? Go ahead, Sean.
Thanks, Andrea. I read some reports, I think last year, right? The Iron Dome failed to protect some hypersonic missiles, and it hit the Israeli Nevatim Air Force Base, if I remember correctly, which houses the F-35 fighter jets. There were reports, right? So 7 or 6 missiles it failed to, deter, basically stop them. And also there were reports that Iran already has supersonic cruise missiles, like the one India has built with Russia's help, BrahMos. I think Iran also developed some supersonic missiles with the help of Russia or whoever it is. So China, I don't know. So how about supersonic and hypersonic missile systems? Any development in the last 1 year, if you can?
So I must say that, first of all, the missile that landed in Nevatim wasn't an Iron Dome missile. It was a successful. It wasn't an interception. It was actually a ballistic missile from Iran that succeeded in landing in Nevatim. Luckily, nothing was harmed, but it does prove that the defense systems of Israel are not completely hermetic. And another thing regarding the drone threat is that, thanks not only to Israeli forces but also to regional forces such as Saudi Arabia and the Emirates and the UK and also France, there were many cruise missiles and drones that were intercepted over non-Israeli territory. And regarding supersonic missiles, Iron Dome cannot protect against supersonic missiles. The only system that protects supersonic missiles by Israel are the David Sling and the Arrow system, and cruise missiles are, as I said, covered by the David Sling and the Arrow and the Iron Dome. But regarding supersonics, supersonic missiles are by definition ballistic. So any anti-ballistic missile system, such as David Sling and such as the Arrow system, they succeed in intercepting supersonic missiles, and most supersonic missiles are shot into above the stratosphere and enter the atmosphere again. So those missiles are targeted mainly by the Arrow 3 system.
Oh, they are. So you mean to say that the supersonic missiles are handled at the even before it hits the Iron Dome system in the space itself? It is handled. Okay. Okay.
I have a question for you, Dan.
But that doesn't explain. Is the supersonic same as the hypersonic, or is it a different category?
No, hypersonic is different. Hypersonic is much more faster. Supersonic is Mach 5. I think hypersonic is Mach 10 or 10 and above.
So what I would like to do for the people who are not as technical as the conversation you guys are having, if Dan, maybe you can break down for us in layman's terms, what is the difference between a cruise missile, how fast it travels, how low it travels, versus a ballistic missile's trajectory versus a rocket, those kinds of things, so people who are listening and want to understand what exactly are these things and why do you need multiple different missile defense systems to handle them, and what exactly is a hypersonic missile and those kinds of things. That would be great.
Yes, happily. So I'll start my very short lecture with the difference between a missile and a rocket. A rocket is a stupid trajectory where you aim it like a ball, you throw it, and it lands in a premeditated location with no homing system, with no guidance system. The Iron Dome was, in the beginning, designed to intercept these kinds of systems that don't have homing mechanisms and don't change their trajectory in mid-flight. The second level is, as I said, homing-based systems, guided systems, and most ballistic missiles are guided. These can be eventually intercepted by higher level systems like the Arrow and David Sling. Cruise missiles are missiles that imitate the characteristics of aircraft, jet-based aircraft, and they fly in around the speed of 500 miles per hour or 800 kilometers per hour. And they can be intercepted by systems that are the same for intercepting aircraft. Now, I said that Iron Dome in the beginning was intercepting only stupid rockets, but today the Iron Dome is capable of intercepting also guided-based systems, including cruise missiles and including drones. And that is true also for the David Sling, the Patriot, and the Arrow system is left out there as it is predominantly made for use against ballistic missiles that have a very big and far trajectory. We're talking about thousands of kilometers. There are ballistic missiles that do exit that stratosphere, and those who don't. And we have the Arrow 2 system against those who don't, and the Arrow 3 systems that can intercept in space, what I call the Star Wars era. That's it basically on this small lecture.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much. So I don't see any more hands. Anybody else got questions or comments?
Yeah, I have one more thing if nobody else is there. I just want this group's opinion on something else going, which is remotely connected, but slightly connected. Is that okay if I put that question?
Of course.
So I think we all know that Bangladesh government has been changed. There is an interim government taken over. It looks like US has a role to play in that, and I somehow I come from India. I'm a American now, and I'm here for the last 20 years, and so this Bangladesh issue is a hot issue going on in India, and so I somehow feels like this is a kind of a joint operation between. Even though it might look ridiculous to think like this, but it's a kind of a option, take it or leave it option. Probably US must have provided to India, and India must have said that okay, we'll be silent spectator. So it's a kind of a joint operation, I would say, without any involvement from India, between US, India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. And my theory is, we all know that India is part of Quad, but India is not ready to, kind of make it as a kind of a military alliance like NATO, right? Because of their dependence on Russian defense systems, and almost 60 to 70% of their defense systems are still Russian. All their guns and tanks and jets, they are slowly moving away. They moved to French default systems now. And they're building their own Tejas, which is with the help of GE engines. And though they are moving away from Russia, now US is the number one defense supplier to India by dollar numbers. But still they are hugely dependent on Russia. So they don't want to let Russia go fully into the arms of China. So my theory is because of all these things, still Russia is having a friendly partnership with China after the Ukraine war, and China definitely want to build this Belt and Road Initiative, and Bangladesh was part of it, and Sheikh Hasina is already was unpopular. So I kind of feel like US has spoken to the opposition parties and other local folks in Bangladesh to come up with the student protest. That is widely publicly that's how it is seen, and US also openly criticized Sheikh Hasina, and I think Pakistan ISI probably helped to provide the street support in Bangladesh, because they still have their ISI network in Bangladesh after they lost Bangladesh war with India. And India, I think, is also okay with it, because my feeling is like India doesn't want to directly go and fight with China, and it is practically not possible also. When it comes, if they have to do, they will do that, but I don't think India has that kind of military power like what China is having, because it has almost 4 or 5x higher number of naval power, except aircraft carriers. I think they are much more stronger. Their manufacturing capacity of building aircraft, the destroyers and other stuff is huge. So I think India must have realized this and asked US, okay, go ahead and do it, but we won't be part of it, but we will happily allow this to happen. So the whole theory is US will take control of Bangladesh by installing a friendly government there, and then slowly establish a naval base or air base there. That way they can and Bangladesh geographically Bangladesh is very close to Andaman Nicobar Islands, and Andaman Nicobar Islands is part of India, which is very close to this Malacca Strait. which is a very crucial point for China, because 90% or 80% at least of their oil and trade goes via Malacca Strait. So US can put a blockade on Malacca Strait in case if China wants to take over Taiwan. So what do you guys think of this theory? I have this posted in my pinned in my handle. I can put it in the bin. But what do you guys think of this theory? It may not happen tomorrow, but in the due course, if at all China tried to take over, Taiwan, US will be there right near to China in the form of Bangladesh having a base there.
Personally, I wouldn't want to comment on it because this is not my area of expertise in that particular part of the world. I wish that we had Abhijit Mitra here with us. He could probably speak to that. So with that said, I'm going to say you probably know better than I do what's going to happen there or why certain things are happening. So I would rely more on your judgment than my own in this case. We do have Saeed who wants to speak. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yes, you're right. I just want to know, guys, when can we expect the ceasefire to happen in Middle East and this situation in the world, how it's turning towards peace, and are we tilting towards a big war, and how we can prevent that?
Are we talking about Gaza or
Gaza,
Iran?
and especially in the Bangladesh side. I think the fire is burning it out in Ukraine, Gaza, and Bangladesh. So we are watching a lot of countries involving in it, getting involved in it. So are we expecting to move towards the right direction? And when are we expecting, specifically for Gaza, the ceasefire?
Okay, so when it comes to Gaza, I can speak to that. I don't see a ceasefire happening. Let's go in here a little bit further. The Gaza Strip is right there. I'm putting a little circle around it. So this is Gaza. This is the West Bank. Pardon my terrible drawing. Whoops. I just messed that up. 1 second. There we go. This is the West Bank and Jerusalem. Yeah, so Gaza is right here, and the rest is Israel. This is a terrible drawing. Let me put a map on here that actually shows it. I hate these maps because they're just... you cannot find a proper map of Israel anymore. It's just a lost cause, but... All right, let's go with this one. What the heck? Here we have... Oh, zoom out. Here we have a map of Israel. You can see where Gaza is in the West Bank, which is actually Judea and Samaria. Okay, so why did I say there's not going to be a ceasefire in Gaza? Because a ceasefire implies that the war will be over when before Hamas is destroyed, meaning that there are two sides and both sides are going to agree to a ceasefire. The problem is that that can't happen because Israel is determined to destroy Hamas, and so there are two warring parties, Hamas and Israel, and the current mission is to destroy Hamas, eliminate its leadership, and dismantle the organization, and then rebuild Gaza as a safe place for Palestinians to live. So I think in that question, by definition, you can't have a ceasefire because that implies that Hamas will not be destroyed and that they will reach some sort of agreement between the two warring parties. So, I know that Hamas had agreed to or had requested a two-state solution somewhere in between out of, probably panic but because they didn't want to get destroyed. But it's too late for that because they had so many opportunities to have a two-state solution. And so right now, the only reason they're asking for one is in order to regroup and continue to attack Israel, which is unacceptable to Israel from a national security perspective, which is why there would be no ceasefire. I know Kamala Harris is saying that she's going to institute a ceasefire and she's going to put a weapons embargo on Israel. I would submit that if she gets elected and she tries to do something like that, Israel will either get weapons somewhere else, or if they deny them the kind of weapons that they need to use, Israel might use more destructive weapons that the United States wouldn't want them to use, because Israel is going to do whatever it needs to survive. So it's under a constant threat of attack. There's nonstop over the past century attempts to destroy the country and prevent a Jewish state from existing. Thankfully now Israel is in a position where its economy is strong, its military is strong, it can defend itself. It's a bulwark against a possible Holocaust if one happens anywhere in the world. It's the place, just like the gentleman from Turkey was saying, well, we are Turkish, we don't have any other place to go. The Jews have no other place to go than Israel. If something happens in Europe or in the United States or somewhere else, God forbid, they will all go to Israel, where they presumably would rely on the Israeli government to keep them safe. In order for that to happen, they can't have genocidal organizations like terrorist organizations like Hamas and the PA that are running amok in these territories. So, like I said, Israel will do what it needs to do to defend itself. If the U.S. Will cause problems, Israel will find another way. It won't be pleasant for whoever's on the other side of it. So I don't think things are going to go that way, but it's possible. So did that answer your question?
Yeah, because I was just thinking the humanitarian aid or like that kind of thing that's coming around the news most of the time, that is unable to enter in Gaza side or like that. The children's, and most of the time, as you know, they are showing most of the children dying. And I think later on or sooner, is it a game of a bigger political game, like China and other countries would be involving in it, or not?
China and Russia are involved in it. They're the ones pulling the strings, arguably, and Iran is obviously in it as well. They are on the wrong side, and their goal is not to attack Israel. Their goal is to attack the United States and the West, but they're doing it through Israel. Now, when it comes to the whole concept of the humanitarian aid and all those things, I would ask you the following question. If the U.S. was so concerned about humanitarian aid, why don't they ask Egypt to open the border, allow the Palestinians to exit Gaza into the Sinai, where they can easily set up refugee camps and get all the humanitarian aid that they want to them, where they can be safe, so nobody has to nobody's using them as human shields and trying to pile up Palestinian bodies just to make headlines, which is an awful thing to do with the civilian population, but it's what's being done by Hamas. So the question is, how do you prevent this from happening? Well, like I said, the United States under Biden could have done something about this. They give billions of dollars to Egypt every single year. If they wanted to apply pressure on Egypt and say, open the border, then Egypt would open the border. Why? The million-dollar question is, why doesn't Egypt open the border? It's really clear why Israel doesn't open the border, because it doesn't want millions of people who want to destroy Israel just inside of Israel. But it's not very clear why the Egyptians are not allowing the Palestinians to go into the Sinai. If they did that in the very beginning, then the Palestinians could be safe. there would be no bombardment on areas where they're located, that there would be no issue with getting humanitarian aid to them. And just so you know, there is plenty of humanitarian aid getting to them, and we actually covered that in another event that we did. So a lot of what you're hearing in the news is not actually accurate. If you want to see what's actually happening, I would suggest the following. I'm going to put it on the screen. I would suggest to follow the following account. It's x.com/Imshin. I think she has other accounts too, but IMSHIN. So if you go to this account at Imshin, you can see all the different things that are happening inside of Gaza, what kind of food they have, what the situation is, what kind of aid is getting in. And you can see the stockpiles that are being built and how it's getting handed out. There's also a hashtag you can follow, for example, hashtag the Gaza you don't see, or hashtag open air prison. If you'll do those things, you'll find out, oh, wait a second, is it hashtag open air prison, or 1 second. The Gaza you don't see, what else? I know there's more hashtags. Just look at the hashtags that Imshin put on her website. It looks like she kind of changed from whatever she was using before. I think it was open air prison to the Gaza you don't see. And yeah, let me just do open air prison and see what comes out. Because the reason why they did that was because pro-Palestinian people were using open air prison to imply that there was a problem in Gaza. So she started using open air prison to show the opposite. Open air prison. Okay, so yeah, so there's a lot of people posting under open air prison showing beautiful pictures of Gaza, how things were before, how things are now. Yeah, Imshin is still using the same hashtags. So yeah, check it out. Make your own mind about it. You can try to contact her and ask her questions because she's really tuned into this whole issue of how much aid is coming through, what's coming through the border, what is going on with all the different claims. And yeah, so feel free to get in touch with her. I'm not 100% sure she'll answer, but you can definitely try. And if that doesn't work, then just, because it's a big account. Imshin has like 80,000 followers, if I'm not mistaken, so may not be able to respond to everybody, but definitely check the videos on her account and you'll see what she's talking about. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I just wanted to add that India just July 15th, 15 days back, released 2.5 million, 5 million, released the first tranche of 2.5 million of 5 million allocated, aid to UNRWA, UN or RWA, even though a lot of supporters of this current dispensation, they were not happy about it because there was a lot of news last year or the beginning of this year about UNRWA, members were openly from Hamas, but still India released this first tranche of 2.5 million on July 15th. I think more, the rest of the 2.5 million also will be released before the end of the year. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, listen, a lot of countries are doing that. Britain just started doing that again. They got a left-wing government into parliament, and now they're back to funding UNRWA. And in regard to UNRWA, I would recommend that you follow the following account. Her name is Dr. Einat Wilf. Let me put that on the screen as well. So she wrote a book, The War of Return, as well as other books. She has a bunch of books. If you want to find out a little bit more what's happening in that region, just go to just go check out her books on Amazon. And she has, I think, also various different podcasts that she's on, and she's on YouTube everywhere. So just look her up, Dr. Einat Wilf, EINATWILF, at einatwilf.com. She was a member of Congress. She's a thought leader and author, and she talks about, she's for peace. She was a very much a peace activist, and she came to certain conclusions after a while, and realized, wait a second, we're bending over backwards here, extending our hand in peace, but every time we do that, we get hit with another war. So what's going on here? And she started doing research and talking to people and trying to drill down into what exactly is happening in the Middle East, in Israel, between the Palestinians and the Israelis. And she has new conclusions now. We talked a little bit about some of her conclusions. I agree with a lot of them, but also I have some disagreements with some of her conclusions, because she is an atheist, and so she sees things very much from a secular perspective. I believe that you cannot accurately analyze the Middle East without looking at religion. I think that it is at the heart of everything that happens in the Middle East. And if you try to apply a secular Western perspective to the Middle East, you're just not going to understand what's happening. So that's my 2 cents about that. But I would strongly recommend, she writes in Hebrew too, but you can translate it, and she writes in English as well. She's very well spoken. She's a great speaker. And you can see why she has a strong opinion about UNRWA. And the reason why is because they were indoctrinating children to be terrorists, essentially. So, I can put on screen, let me see if I can find it. Kindergarten.
Varmishan, sorry to interrupt, Sean here. That's a left-wing government took over power in UK and releasing. That is no wonder. But imagine the whole world, every single Islamic country knows Modi government. They actually welcomed him, and most of the Muslims they hate this government. Still, Modi, even though he called out and immediately called Netanyahu and said that this is a terrorist activity, which is October 7th, which it is, and all the Hindus, supporters of Modi, supported his stance, but still they maintain that they still maintain this long-standing two-state solution as their long-standing support for Palestinians, and releasing aid for UNRWA by this so-called Hindu right-wing nationalist Hindu nationalist government is to be appreciated. It was not that much in the news, but I just wanted to highlight that.
So Sean,
and
I just want to come in here, to tell you honestly, what I feel is there is more polarization in this whole world, and we are getting more less patient people. What I feel, I could be wrong, but proving our stance and not listening, or not just getting patient and listen to anybody else. So I'm not just pointing it out to anyone, but I'm just saying, is it true? We are just eradicating the morality that we have previously as a humanity. It's just a question.
It's a fair question. And just to answer what I was saying before about UNRWA, we have these kids on screen. If you're watching the video that I put, this is a kindergarten class, and they're doing military drills, and they're clearing rooms. They're taking hostages. They're carrying a sniper. One of them is a sniper rifle. They all have GoPros on them. They're dressed like terrorists or paramilitary troops. They're dragging an Israeli soldier right now, and they're doing they're preparing from a kindergarten graduation to do things that they will later do in life. So when they talk about a lot of times, well, these are kids. These kids are raised from the time they're infants to want to kill Jews, to want to destroy Israel. And so this is a radicalized population that exists in Gaza, in the West Bank, of people who have been radicalized by UNRWA and by other people, including their parents. So it's hard to say, how do you destroy Hamas, because the people in Gaza support Hamas and have raised their kids to become Hamas. So yeah, it's a tough situation. Now, when you talking about the polarization in society and people stopping to talk to each other and democracy sort of taking a blow, we talked about that as well. This is an infiltration. This is where Russia and China come in when you start talking about Marxism and what it wants to do in order to subvert democratic countries into communist countries that would be amenable to exactly what Sean was suggesting with the U.S. doing to Bangladesh. Russia and China want to do this with other countries so that they would be beholden to them. So the biggest prize is Europe and the United States. If you can take out NATO and you can take out the United States, then all of a sudden now the American hegemony is over, and you have the dawn of a new age led by Russia and China, which is a practically terrifying idea to consider. But the polarization that you're seeing in the West is very much a factor of what China and Russia and Iran and the Muslim Brotherhood are doing together to be able to break up society, turn people against each other, turn people against the government. And, essentially you have now in the streets people burning American flags and talking about death to America. This is happening because of these Marxist forces. Does that answer your question, Saeed?
Yeah, pretty much. I was just saying, you're right, 100% right. But I think, everybody's involved in it, and, it's a dominance. They want to show the dominance rather than just caring how many people are dying. And, nobody, in the innocent life is just dying daily, on a daily basis, everywhere. So nobody thinks or nobody talks about that. And I could see that the biggest organization like UN and other big organizations are just falling away. So I don't know why, but it's happening in front of our eyes.
Well, the UN is not a friendly organization that is working towards peace. This is kind of a big ruse that has been propagated to society. You have Russia in the UN, you have China in the UN, you have various hostile forces that are in the UN who want to destroy the West and definitely want to destroy Israel and the United States. And they're using the UN to do that. So does it help that Europe and the United States, the left wings in both of those very powerful areas of the world, are also attacking Israel? It doesn't. But they're starting to wake up slowly to the fact that they're destroying themselves, because these people are coming for Israel right now, but that's just a stepping stone for coming after the United States. And we saw that in DC with the different protests where they were pro-Palestinian protests, but they were defacing American monuments in downtown DC and shouting death to America and writing death to America on buildings and monuments. These are very expensive structures that, I would never think of defacing. No matter how strongly I felt about something, I wouldn't deface an American monument with spray paint. That's just crazy. But these people are doing it on camera. They don't seem worried about it. Nobody seems to be punishing them. And it's a big problem. It's spreading and it's bad. And excuse me. So, the UN is part of this whole thing. It's just putting a pretty face on top of a lot of very destructive forces that are working against democracy and against the West. Now, I'm not here to say that democracy and capitalism are the best ways to go. You have your own country. You don't want democracy. You don't want capitalism. That's perfectly fine, and it's okay. Everybody's, to each his own. The thing is that if you come after democracies that exist, that are, minding their own business, and you're trying to destroy them, that's a different story. That's an invasion. It's trying to enact regime change. So, Marxism is about violent overthrow of the government, and we see people trying to behave in those types of ways. But like I said, the United States is starting to wake up. Jamal Bowman from the Squad, from the DSA, basically the Democratic Socialists of America, these are Marxists, like, excuse me, AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and all these people, Cori Bush, they're all part of the same mechanism that's infiltrated the American government and is trying to take it down. Now, Jamal Bowman was ousted in his state, in New York. Cori Bush was just ousted herself. So gradually they're starting to lose their support, lose their popular base, because people don't like what they're doing, and this open hostility to their own government. As an American, I love my government. I support it. I don't like to see people burning American flags and chanting death to America. I don't see that as a productive way to have a dialogue in society. If you have a problem with something, I say, okay, well, come debate. Let's talk about it. Let's exchange ideas. But if you want to then get violent and go in the streets and break shop windows and burn American flags and deface property that doesn't belong to you, and spray paint Hamas, we are Hamas, death to America, that just sounds crazy to me. Who wants to talk to somebody like that? So, I say be reasonable. Let's talk. If there's something that is upsetting you, let's try to solve it together. But why go crazy and act like a maniac? So a lot of these things are encouraged and funded by bad actors like Iran, like Qatar, like China. There's a lot of dark money going. When I say dark, I mean like not being reported. There was $13 billion that went into American universities that wasn't reported to the IRS. They just took these gifts from Qatar. And obviously they went directly towards creating these violent uprisings at American universities that we've all been seeing. So there's a reason why these things are happening. They're not organic, natural things that are happening of their own. If I submit that if Qatar, the Muslim Brotherhood, China, and Iran and Russia were not behind this, these things wouldn't be happening in the United States. So because there's a lot of funding into these types of, into these types of seemingly organic uprisings that are happening, I believe this is where, and you'll see also that these are professionals that are running these things. The people who are part of the protest, for the most part, don't know anything about the issues. Like, they chant slogans, but if you start talking to them, they shut down and say, no, I can't talk to you. Go talk to a media representative. What's a media representative? Go talk to an organizer. They have professional organizers who are running these things, who are funded by these organizations in these countries. So that's really what's happening. Go ahead, Sean. And then back to Said.
Yeah, so to answer to that question, right, Said, there is no right or wrong in geopolitics terms, right? Every nation, the borders are created for some reason. And for ages, historically, thousands and thousands of years, kings, and kingdoms and empires were built and fallen to protect that border, right? And the modern day of democracy, one of the biggest pitfall of especially the left-wing politics is what they are trying to do. Their intention was, I would say, somewhat, economical, but they ignore the problems of, allowing illegal aliens infiltrate to a country by hook or crook, because they are not able to get enough majority in their respective countries to alter the constitution, be it United Kingdom or France or Germany or United States. You need 2/3 of majority in the Congress and Senate to bring constitutional changes. You can bring amendments, right? But you need to have 2/3 of majority, I think. And because no government is able to get that kind of majority in any of the democracy, what they have resorted to is allow in the form of illegal aliens. And once they come in, they try to, see whether kick the can to the next 5 years like that, next president or prime minister, and see some point in time they can become citizens. But till that time, they can be used for manipulating the votes, using this kind of postal ballots to have votes manipulated. All these things are for what? The corporations, most of the corporations nowadays in the Western world, they have become monolith. What I mean is monopoly, right? They have become trillions and trillions of dollars, and they sometime later, maybe NVIDIA, Apple, all these big seven might challenge US GDP. That's how big they are. They've become. And on Amazon kind of companies, they don't want to give too much of money for as wages for these native citizens of that country, respective country. And traditionally, the slavery was there. So happily, British Empire utilized that, and that was abolished. And slowly, they find increasingly difficult in getting cheap labor. And at some point in time, this globalization played a bigger role. And all these corporations decided one fine morning, okay, let's move because there is a lot of, the companies are getting, the people are asking accountability. If you go back and read history or see videos on YouTube, during the manufacturing boom in United States 100 years back, when the railroads are being laid, there were not cheap labor. Cheap labor were available. They were still getting Chinese, slaves from Africa also, I think. But the problem is there were a lot of accidents happening in the mines. Even now it is happening, but very, very rare. But at that time, there were hundreds and hundreds of mine, mishaps happening. So they don't want to get accountability and then pay a fine or compensation. So they slowly moved, even though United States, for an example, I take US as an example, it has all natural resources. What they have done is they've exported the whole manufacturing to China, and they've moved the cheap labor to China and accepted that the authoritarian dictatorship communist party is okay, but because they want to make profit out of cheap labor. Apple and all these HP, IBM, do you think that all these companies doesn't know that these laborers are utilized in the worst condition? They are being utilized for manufacturing their laptops and computers. Everybody knows this, but still they want to do it because it has become they need to show profitability quarter by quarter, year by year. They want to make more profits. So they've moved all these things. And also that created a lot of job loss in the Western countries. Now what happened is, because of job loss, people are not able to pay bills, and the homes and people who were able to buy homes for 100,000, 120,000 20 years, 30 years back, they were not able to buy house even for $1 million nowadays. Just 4 years back, the average home value was 220K. Today, in 4 years, it has become 420K. You tell me, if somebody who comes to the job market after finishing even master's degree in highest earning computer science or law degree or doctor, even at that 30 plus 35 age group, they can't buy a home and then pay back immediately. It takes 30 years. So it is increasingly becoming for the native population or the citizens to pay back even their student loans. Forget about buying a home for them. So increasingly, you can read reports. The students and the people who are coming to, youngsters who are coming to the job market, they are trying to stay in their parents' house even after finishing college, even after getting a job, because they are still paying their student loans. So because of this, what happens is, and still these corporates want to make more profit. Because of that, what they do, they force the politicians of both aisles and to get illegal aliens. And the reason the left-wing politicians are giving is, oh, there is a population birth rate is coming down. There are not many babies born, so we need more people in the working age for cheap labor. So they bring them here, and because they were brought here as illegal immigrants, they were ready to work at any cost because they need to survive. And earning $1 in US is 10 times better than from the country where they are coming from. So it is modern day slavery, and they feel it is much better than living in their country. And these guys, these corporates like Amazon and all in warehouses, they need more labor. So they also utilize these guys. And so it's a kind of a win-win for them. But what happens is the people, good or bad, they are the sufferers. And
Well,
that is
let me
impacting
just,
the whole
we're getting a
population.
little bit far away from our discussion, and I don't want to characterize the United States as a slave labor country. It's not accurate to say that. If people are coming across the border illegally, that's not what should be happening. If corporations are giving them jobs, they're, like you said, they're making more money than they would if they were to stay in their own country. Why would they come to the United States if they couldn't improve their quality of life? That's not slavery. Slavery is going into Mexico, capturing a bunch of people, bringing them into the United States, and then forcing them to work for no money. That's slavery. That's not what's happening. Now, you went across a whole bunch of different topics, and I let you go for a while, but we need to straighten out some of the facts. Like you kind of skipped around robber barons and mixed it up with what's happening today and the Industrial Revolution. And yeah, there was a problem with robber barons in the early 18th century, sorry, late 19th century and early 20th century, but that all got sorted out and unions got created. And it was true, there was a song that was created, I owe my soul to the company store, and there was indentured servitude with people coming over from Europe where they were essentially slaves until they could pay the money back that they borrowed in order to come to the United States. And there was slavery of African Americans, but that was also a very long time ago. So the United States today is quite a liberal country. There's no slavery in the United States. The place where there is slavery is in the Middle East and Africa. The same places that are accusing the United States of being, an oppressive type of country like what you were kind of describing. Now, exporting labor to China is done out of, business it's a free country. So if you want to export your labor to China as a business owner, the United States doesn't tell you that you can't. If it did, a lot of companies would move away from the United States because they would say, well, that's not, you're stopping my ability to work the way I want to. And so the thing is, they're still here in the United States and they're still doing business, even though for some of them there's higher taxes here than there is in other places. And they could just relocate to China if they wanted, but they're not doing that. The reason why is because this is a good country to have a business. Now, in terms of exporting labor to China, it's not illegal to do that. And also, if China didn't want to to produce that labor, then they could also say, no, we don't want to. But China wants the money from the United States, and this is something good for them. Now, you could say, okay, as a private business owner, I don't want to send my work to China. And I would agree with you. And I would say, yes, I see why you're saying that on a moral basis, that it's not right to send money to people in China who are going to use child labor. And I don't know if they have slave labor or not. They do have concentration camps for the Uyghurs. So, I mean, I don't know what they make them do there. But the point is, there's a difference between calling the United States a slave-owning state versus a free society where you can outsource to other countries. The United States outsources a lot of work to India. I don't think that you're opposed to that. So the fact that they're doing it to China as well, again, that's a personal choice that every business has to make for themselves. As far as the amount that is being outsourced to China, after COVID, there were massive shortages because we couldn't import anything from China. So the United States has started moving away from outsourcing to China and producing more here locally, domestically in the United States to avoid having the logistics problems that we underwent during COVID. That's a good thing. I like it better because I want the money to stay in the United States. And I also agree with you that it's not good to send money to China to do all these horrible things that they're doing, and also to make them stronger and more problematic in the world. I'm sure they're giving India problems as well. It's an adversary of India, and I like the idea of strengthening India. I don't like the idea of strengthening China. Now, as far as young people being at home, I agree with you. A lot of the reason why you see them at these protests is because they're not earning the same amount that people used to earn, like their parents did, because there are economic problems. And I would say that a lot of this is because of the current administration and their approach to the economy and their approach to geopolitics. Because, for example, by not being harsh with Iran, we're losing $10 billion a day because of the Houthis closing down Bab el-Mandab. So why are we not stopping that from happening? If the United States really wanted to stop the Houthis, they would. So again, the kids being disenfranchised, that's a very multifaceted issue, but it does contribute to these protests that we're seeing on the streets. I'll hand it over to Saeed and then to Sean if you want to respond. But I think after that, let's close the space because we're kind of getting away from the original topic, which was threat assessment and military movements with Iran, Turkey, and Hezbollah.
Sure, thank you so much, War. I had a question, how war economy and war plays the role to enhance the economy of a country, and the role of USA in the wars, Afghanistan, Iraq, and various other countries. Was it for the resources of those countries, or so that the citizens, or there is no infrastructure these days? So what was that for? It was for the economy enhancement?
Okay,
those wars?
so let me explain. Before World War II, the U.S. was isolationist. They did not intervene in the Eastern Hemisphere, and they did not want to, and they didn't want interference from the East in the Western Hemisphere. They just wanted to stay in their own little area and mind their own business. After World War II, what happened was we had a massive change where all of a sudden the U.S. entered the war. It became a superpower in the process of having to protect itself on both sides on both coasts, because there was Japan on one side and there was Germany and the Central Powers, I guess, on the other side. So, or Nazi Germany rather, on the other side. So after this, first of all, the U.S. entered a wartime economy. They produced a lot more weapons and weapon systems and ammunition than they had before. They had no reason to do it before, but because they were so successful economically, they all of a sudden built this massive military that they didn't have before. They had a lot of people. They had a lot of, a lot of resources and wealth, and they didn't have a military that was very powerful. But that World War II turned it into a very powerful country. So after this happened, then you have the end of World War II and Russia all of a sudden getting into a Cold War with the United States. So this characterized the second half of the 20th century, where all of a sudden you have, the two largest superpowers at the time that were contending with one another, and there were different ways that they went about spreading their influence. The Soviets did what's happening now, which is destabilizing countries and trying to, hang on, somebody's coming up, destabilizing countries, trying to turn as many countries in the world, and they tried this with India as well, to turn India into a communist country. So they did this all over the world. In Africa, they tried to turn the United States into a communist country. They couldn't succeed. Now they changed their approach. They finally found a way to do it through this idea of racism and oppression. All of a sudden, they found the magic key of how to get all the disenfranchised people in the United States who didn't care about communism all of a sudden to become Marxists, but they speak in terms of racism instead of money. They don't talk about capitalism. They talk about racism and oppression, and these are the kinds of conversations that you hear, and it's the same thing that's applied to Gaza, in Ukraine. So, but the actual conversation that's being had is the Cold War is not over. We are going to turn the United States into a communist nation. That's what's being discussed, or what people are trying to do. Not all people, but just some people. Now, what was the original question? Why? Oh, okay. So
the Iraq, Afghanistan war.
Right.
How they played the role.
So what happened was the Soviets were in these places as well. They were in Afghanistan, and the U.S. was fighting against the Soviet Union. They didn't care about Afghanistan. They didn't care about the Middle East. They cared about resources, as do all countries in the world, which is why a lot of people want to do business with Saudi Arabia and with the UAE and with Qatar, and because of the resources that they had. We don't have to pretend that this doesn't exist. Of course it exists. But the bigger war was with the Soviet Union, this democracy versus communism. And the U.S. fought, and they fought dirty too. If you want to read a book called Confessions of an Economic Hitman, you will see how the U.S. fought against the Soviet Union in the Cold War, where they would go into countries that were run by a dictator, perhaps, and give them inflated projections about various different types of infrastructure that they could build. And then obviously those projections were wrong, and the dictator made money because the money would come from the United States, and they would bribe the dictator, and but in terms of what the people actually got, they got a lot of debt for their country without economic improvement. So this is how the U.S. would gain leverage over these countries, which later on in the 90s and 2000s, we had, efforts to sort of wipe out this debt in impoverished countries and developing nations so that they were no longer in this situation. But China is doing the exact same thing. They learned from the United States and with the BRI. What's that?
I said you're totally right, 100% right.
Yeah, so that's exactly what China is doing now. China is building the New Silk Road, the Brick and Road Initiative, and they are making false economic projections just like the US did, and they're getting countries into massive amounts of debt. It's called debt traps in order to be able to, and Pakistan, for example, said, no, we don't want to do that because they knew this is bad for them and they're already in financial trouble. So China is starting to meet resistance, but they have $1 trillion into this initiative, and it's giving them leverage over a lot of different places. Now, it's the same thing with the dictator in whatever country they're dealing with. For example, in Africa, will be paid handsomely, and their Swiss bank accounts will be full of money. But the people are not really gaining any benefit from all this infrastructure being built. Now, what the Chinese do is they bring in Chinese people to do the work, and they don't give the locals any benefit from the job, and the dictator is happy to go along with it because they're making money. But at the same time, the locals still see highways getting built, and they still see dams and electrical grids and communication systems. So at the end of the day, they can look at what's happening in Africa and say, China is doing something for us. But when they look at the United States is not doing anything in Africa. So they're like, where are you? Why are you racist? Are you just trying not to do business with us? Like, why are you just letting China loose on Africa? And so you have this situation where it's true, the United States did what's in its own best interest, and it didn't always do the right things. But if I were to compare the United States to China, I would say, look, people are obviously not flocking to go live in China. I live in the United States. I love the United States. I'm comfortable in the United States. If you asked me to relocate to China, I would say the hell with that. I'm not going there. I don't want to live in a place like China, and a lot of people don't. And so the question is, at the end of the day, is the U.S. a saint? No, absolutely not. And would other countries if they had the kind of power that the United States had, if China had that kind of power, economic and military power, the way the U.S. does, would the world be a good place or a worse place? If the Nazi Germany had the kind of power that the United States has, would the world be good or worse? So these are the kinds of questions. You'll never find a country that's perfectly, that's 100% a saint and did the right things. Look, the U.S. had slaves. They had indentured servitude. They had all kinds of bad things. They had the Ku Klux Klan, lots of racism, lots of sexism, all kinds of stuff. But if you ask Marxists what's happening, they'll tell you today is worse than 100 years ago. I'll tell you, today is much, much better. We have equal rights for women. They have the vote. You had a civil rights movement that gave everybody equal rights. There's not equality of outcome in the sense that somebody can be a billionaire and somebody else could be impoverished. So the question is, should everybody to have exactly the same amount of money, which is equality of outcome, like in a socialist or communist country? But, you have communist China and you have billionaires in China. They've kind of moved away from this whole idea of socialism. They call themselves communists, but they're really opportunistic. They have individuals with a lot of money. So, it comes down to, do you want to live in a communist or in a socialist country? And which is not, look, I mean, if that's what you want to do, you're free to do so in the United States. However, if you live in a communist country like China, you don't always have a choice to leave China and go somewhere else. And that's the difference. And there's not the same kind of upward mobility possibility that you have in a place like the United States. And a lot of people say, well, the United States is not
really
as good
sorry.
as...
I'm really sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
This is going on for a long time. There is activity, military activity. U.S. base was hit. Can we talk about that?
No, because that's not what this space is about.
Oh, okay. I thought it was.
It was, but we changed course because of the question. So what you okay? I recognize your voice. I know exactly who you are. You have an issue now with current events that you want to talk about?
No, I just thought the room or space, based on the title, which is why I came in, was about threat assessment. And then somebody just said a little while ago you were going to go back to the topic, and this is
no. We were going to wrap up and close because we've been here for hours. If you were here in the beginning,
I wasn't
I'm
here
really
in the
thankful,
beginning. I
Mark.
was at work.
This individual called me a Nazi and a Nazi collaborator. So, welcome, but also...
Are you Piotr? Did I call you a Nazi or a
you
Nazi
did.
collaborator?
You accused me of that, yes.
What's your other name then? Because I don't recognize this name at all.
I'm Daniel Sadan.
Oh, okay.
My account was suspended because I proved by debating successfully against ChatGPT that there's no occupation in the Palestinian territories in Israel. So Twitter shut down my account because I was mass reported. That happened a couple of days ago. But this is why I'm using this account, which is about something else. This particular individual who came into the space, I was having a space and she was cursing out somebody who disagreed with her, who was, they had some Nazi tendencies, but they weren't being rude and they just wanted to express themselves, and we were having a conversation. So I didn't kick them out just because they disagree with me or just because they're Nazi. Because again, they were being polite and they had a conversation. So she got really upset and she called me a Nazi supporter, and I am not, but I'm Israeli and I'm Jewish, so I find that offensive. But at the same time, I'm not going to kick out somebody just because they're different from me. So anyway,
Barmission, it's a good space. Thanks for your time, Sean here. I just wanted to conclude. I need to go. Anyway, you are going to close the space. Just 1 minute. I think I'll give a little bit pushback. One clarification is I was not telling that United States, the citizens per se, are trying to do slavery, but I was trying to say that especially the left wing is colluding with the corporate and trying to utilize this illegal aliens, for cheap labor, which is publicly called as modern day slavery. That's what a lot of right wingers are calling. But anyway, so that aside, one point I wanted to check with you. I shared a couple of links about supersonic regarding the missiles we were talking about half an hour back when I joined, and I think the another person who was there, he was clarifying, and I shared a couple of articles about that, from BrahMos Indian missile system website, and another one from the Science magazine, I think, which talks about the missile. Anyone who is listening, they can look at it. And a couple of other articles I shared. One was about the Bangladesh theory I talked about. So I posted that. Anyone is interested, they can read that. And about the October 7th attack, I think you are right. The UNRWA and other entities, they are being misused they are being infiltrated by Israeli, folks using this Hamas. And I think, a lot of people kind of feel that, this India, Europe, there was a corridor agreement was formed with the help of United States, and it is supposed to be from India to UAE to Saudi Arabia via Jordan, and it goes to Israel, and then the goods are transported to Europe. So this corridor is kind of directly, impacting the Chinese, Belt and Road Initiative (BRI), which they are planning for a long time via the Middle Asia Middle Asian countries, Central Asian countries. But it looks like we all know that China and Iran had a 50-year some economic deal they put last year, and since this Europe corridor from India to Europe corridor via especially via UAE, Saudi, and Jordan is going to take away a lot of trade from China, because US wanted to cut down from trade from China, and Europe wanted to move a lot of trade to India. Apple already moved their facility. A lot of iPhones are now made in India now. So I think a lot of Indians, they feel this whole October 7th is to kickstart some form of making this Middle East really unrest and hamper this economic corridor, and because Iran doesn't want it, and Iran heavily dependent on China, because the only buyer of oil from Iran is predominantly China. India stopped buying for 3-4 years back, even though China is still buying from Iran a lot. So I think that might have played a role, is something we strongly feel. But anyway, your views on that, and if you want to answer that and close it, that will be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Sean. The reason why October 7th happened was because Hamas panicked. This was supposed to be a much bigger coordinated attack between all of the Iranian proxies, including Iran. And if you notice, Iran didn't really support Hamas as much as you would think they would. The reason why is because they ruined this bigger coordinated attack. They took action early, and they did it out of concern because Saudi Arabia was showing signs of normalizing with Israel, and even more so since this particular Indian railroad was supposed to come through the UAE, through Saudi Arabia, and then into Israel, into the port of Haifa, and then to Europe. You're right, it would bypass China. It would have a tremendously negative effect on their BRI initiative. It would absolutely hurt Iran as well as Turkey. So all of those countries, including Iraq, Iraq is, let's be honest, is a vassal state of Iran right now. There was a vacuum, and now they're in there, and it's run by Tehran. So yes, Iran and China would be massively affected by this particular Indian initiative, Indian, American, GCC, and Israeli initiative.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. It's called the India Middle East Economic Corridor, IMEC, I think.
India Middle East Economic Corridor, right. And India was also, Modi had visited Greece, and there was signs that they might try to join. They're part already of the I2U2, but there was interest in joining the 3+1 as well, which is another alliance between the UAE, Cyprus, Greece, Israel, and the United States. So India all of a sudden made this big appearance in the Middle East. India is an economic superpower that is on the rise, while China is kind of losing steam. Saudi Arabia is very keen on investing in India. They've said so openly. They're very optimistic about the growth of India. And so, yes, this was a major concern. especially since it would require normalization. The biggest problem here, Sean, was that this Indian initiative would require explicit normalization with Saudi Arabia and Israel. And the reason why is because it would go right through Saudi Arabia. So of course, if that's happening, look, there's flights going from Israel to the UAE over Saudi airspace. That's already quasi-normalization. The Abraham Accords wouldn't have happened if Saudi Arabia had opposed them. The UAE and Bahrain would not have signed if Saudi didn't support it. So the whole question is, if this particular economic corridor were to be built, it would be an implicit sign of complete normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And they were even talking about normalization for the same reason. So Hamas started this war in order, and they did it in a really, really big way on purpose. They did as massive a terrorist attack as they could so that they would get the maximum effect, the maximum response from Israel that would force Saudi Arabia to support Gaza and break up the normalization and completely derail this Indian railroad, pardon the pun. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's right. And one other information I just wanted to add in quick 20 seconds. I think one of the biggest conglomerate from India actually got the port access to Haifa port in Israel recently in a competition with China, and China lost the deal in the bid. It was an open bid, and China lost it. And this India Middle East Economic Corridor was planned right in the middle of Gaza. And it was planned in such a way because I think India wanted to bring this. There is an economic upliftment for the people of Gaza. I think it was cutting across Gaza, or it is on the border of Gaza and Israel. It was planned, and the rail corridor, and it will improve vastly the wages of people of Gaza. They don't have to go to all the way to Israel, the capital of Israel, from Gaza. They will have a lot of job opportunities. I think if that happens over a period of next 5 years, 10 years, I think the Hamas will lose control of, because once you see the economic prosperity among the people of Gaza, I think they're going to lose the control of the people of Gaza. I think that was also touted as one of the reasons I read somewhere. So anyway, you are right. I think you answered the question. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sean. And actually, that's a really good point that you made. I would only say that I'm not really sure that economic improvement would actually lead to de-radicalization. And I say this because there's a lot of evidence leading us to believe that no matter how much money you have, it doesn't stop you from going to the Middle East and joining ISIS if you have a certain type of mentality. So there's billions, tens of billions of dollars that went into Gaza. That didn't stop their radicalization. It's part of their culture. It's just like in Brazil, soccer is part of their culture. That's why they're so good. The United States has more talent, more money, more everything than Brazil. They could build a powerhouse soccer team and be better than Brazil, but it's not in the American culture. The American culture is focused on American football, on baseball, on basketball. The money is all in those places. So they don't even try to nobody, it's always about the quarterback and the head cheerleader being the homecoming king and queen. It's not the soccer team captain, because it's just not in the culture. So by the same token, I'm not sure if that's a good analogy, but by the same token, this kind of radical Islamist Muslim Brotherhood ideology is baked into the Palestinian culture. So it's not the same when people talk about, well, the US occupied Germany and de-radicalized the Nazis. It's not the same because The Nazis were not radical Christians. They were something else. And there were other reasons why they followed Hitler and did what they did. And a lot of them, as Douglas Murray very aptly mentions, and also Arnold Schwarzenegger described his experience with his father, a lot of them had to get really, really drunk after the things they did in order to cope with the atrocities that they committed. When you look at Hamas, they were giddy, they were elated, they were so happy over the damage that they did in Israel. They were not at all upset or they were excited. So, there's a difference here in mentality that exists.
No, I agree. Sorry to cut you. I totally agree, because I myself seen, wondered many, if not in thousands, at least tens and hundreds of, so many educated engineers and doctors from India also went and joined ISIS. Yeah, I don't know what is the rationale, because it's a kind of a mental, mesmerism being done for certain people. I think, I don't know whether it is in the culture of Palestine alone, but ISIS also, inspired a lot of people from Western countries like Canada, USA, and UK. Yeah, you are right in that aspect. But anyway, thanks a lot.
My pleasure, Sean.
Yeah.
Listen, there's a lot of parallels between what India is facing and what Israel is facing. And in facing radical Islamists and terrorism, in facing the kind of rejection from the Western world and having to go against countries that they should be allied with, in having the kind of religious persecution that Hindus are subjected to. There's a lot wrong with what's happening with how the world deals with India and Hindus these days, just as there's a lot wrong with how the world deals with Israel and Jews these days. I think there's also a similarity between the two cultures in that Hindus, when they move into a country, like when they come to the United States, they blend into the society, they get good jobs, they focus on education, focus on educating their kids, making sure they go to the university, they become doctors, lawyers, accountants, business owners. And you see, we have an Indian who was running for president of the United States. He's a billionaire. So, I mean, they integrate in society, they don't cause problems.
And Trump's vice president's wife is an Indian. She is a lawyer, even though she is born and brought up, I think, in US, but she is a lawyer. Yeah, I agree, to that point also. Bangladesh, a lot of students, we hear a lot of news in the last 3-4 days after the government fell. The Hindus who fought for along side by side with the Muslim students who fought for the freedom, now they are being butchered and their houses are burnt and their, Hindu temples, ISKCON temples are being burnt. And one of the popular singer, a Hindu singer in Bangladesh, whom just last year, Emmanuel Macron visited, his house was burned down. And he was the huge supporter of the opposition of Hasina's government. He was actually on the road fighting for the downfall of Hasina, but his house was burnt down and he was literally butchered. So I don't know this. Yeah, this is horrible thing happening in Bangladesh also for Hindus. It literally a genocide is happening in Bangladesh on Hindus living in Bangladesh who are minorities. When Bangladesh was formed, Bangladesh had 22% of Hindus. Now hardly they have 2%. The rest of them were either killed or converted.
Yeah,
Anyway.
listen, just to finish what I was saying, my
Sorry,
point
sorry,
is,
sorry.
oh, it's okay. Hindus blend into society. They don't do what we see Islamists doing right now. I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm talking about radical Islamists who are congregating on the streets in in Europe, in the United States, and calling for the destruction of various different countries, namely the U.S. and Israel. And so when they're
I agree. I agree.
you don't see
I want to correct,
Hindus.
not all Muslims or the Islamist radicals. I would correct that.
Right.
I wouldn't put all the Muslims in that bucket. We have 140 million Muslims in India. Hardly there will be maybe 10,000 will be radicals. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the ratio is, but what I'm saying is this is not a statement about Muslims. It's a state about radical Islamists who support terrorism, want to destroy the West, want to force their version of Sharia law on people. They're not the calm reform or just more moderate Muslims of the Gulf, for example, who are happy to live in their countries. They're prosperous. They don't seek war with others. So what I was saying is that Hindus are typically blend into society. They don't start riots on the street. They don't engage in crime. They don't fight. They just mind their own business and try to build their lives for themselves and for their families. And typically they seek peace. They're not out there trying to have a war. They like to discuss things, have reasonable conversations and debates, and not about demonizing other people or calling for a genocide or things like that. So we see a very big difference.
Totally. I totally agree. In fact, I just wanted to say and conclude, and I need to leave.
But I think these kind of people are always there in all our societies.
Said, 1 second. I just wanted to. I need to leave. My family is waiting to leave Friday evening, right?
Right.
So I just wanted to say that the first book. My first son is going to college this year. The first book I bought it for him is from Mustafa Suleyman, the Microsoft AI CEO who took charge recently. That was the first book I got it. We don't differentiate between Hindu or Muslim or Christian or Sikh or whoever your religion is. It is. You are very right, Varmashan, in that angle. There are very few select Islamists, I think, are creating very, very bad name to the entire, Islamic religion. We were in Dubai last year for summer for a week, and we literally saw in our own eyes, they were friendly. We went everywhere, and we went to the water park. We enjoyed. They covered their body. So what? That's what their religion says, and they are very friendly. And it was really feeling home. We felt really at home, be it in India or US. So I just wanted to say that, and thanks for the time and opportunity to speak. I really need to go. We'll
Thank you
connect
for joining
again.
us. Yeah, appreciate it, Sean. Good insights and very interesting. I was just saying that essentially there's a big difference. I wish there wasn't such a problem with the Palestinian culture where they want to engage in this never-ending war, but there just seems to be that kind of hunger for violence and aggression. It doesn't seem they don't have a peace movement like Israel has. Israel has a very healthy, very large peace movement, and it's not mutual. So yeah, it's a problem. I wish it wasn't that case, but that's how it is. I'll give you the closing words, Saeed, and after that we'll close the space and come back another time.
I would really like to thank you, man, and thanks for clarifying so much of my questions. And I would really join this again and love to speak with you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, please do. Listen, I really appreciate your questions. I know some of the questions were uncomfortable, but I don't find them uncomfortable for me to talk about them. I just mean like some people will get angry at me for answering these questions or whatever. I think debate is good. I think that talking and listening and hearing other people's perspectives is a healthy way to govern a country and to have a society get along with one another. So I'm all for it. I sensed, Saeed, that when you are asking these questions, you're not trying to push an agenda. You're just saying, hey, look, I notice certain things. I hear certain things. They bother me. I want to understand why this is happening. Let's talk about this and see, what is your perspective? Maybe I can learn something from it. So I don't see you coming in and being a propagandist and trying to say, oh, you guys are all evil, you guys are all bad. So that's why I'm happy to talk to you. And, I think you're raising fair questions, good questions, and we should talk about these things. So please do come back. If you have any other things that you want to talk about, I'm happy to do events about all your questions and answer them to the best of my ability.
Thank you so much again, and it was really a pleasure to speak with you, and thanks, man.
Thank you. So you guys, if there's nothing else, I really appreciate you guys coming out. Thank you so much for supporting this event. Please come join us again. Reach out, ask questions, come talk to us. We don't bite, as you have seen, and we let everybody talk. If there are propagandists that come up, I don't promise that we're not going to make fun of them, because we might. But, in the spirit of discussion, I'm happy to talk about pretty much anything. So even if it's something I disagree with or something I don't believe in, I think that talking about it is good. So, with that said, I really hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Thank you so much for coming. And we're going to wind up this space now and see you again probably next week.
Sure, I'll be there. Thank you.